Hello. I've got a fancy headband and why is my webcam so... No, that's not what I wanted to do. Shit, hold up. Zoom in. Come on, zoom in. Don't mind my acne, please. That's... Don't mind my acne. Hello, Bookies! Happy holiday season, officially. I mean, at least for me, I'm off. Is Spotify very loud? It is very loud for me. Santa, baby. Let me lower it a little bit for me. And for you guys a little bit. Let me know how the volume is. Happy holiday season. You are adorable, Katie. Christmas light look. I'm going to be wearing it until around the New Year's. I bought it from Tiger. 3 quid per. I am very hyped. I cannot wait to see my baby Diana and Charlie and to spend Christmas with her family. Their presents are literally like there. Can you clip and send it to Diana, Dante? That's their presents. Literally right there. That's their presents. I still need to get a present for her mother. How are we doing? How has the last week been for you guys? I need to put my glasses on, but I want you all to savor my eyeliner, which is not perfect. But I've realized I can't live without an eyeliner, without a wing now. It's actually like hell. And I love it quite long, even though I have hooded eyes. Busiest week ever. You went to the theater, Miss Ma'am. What did you see? What did you see? Also, how are you? Let me go around the room. No, wait. Dante, you're flopping. Congrats on getting 3rd. Maisie, congrats on 2nd. But no got 1st. Well done, my pookies. And thank you so... Dante, you've got 90 banana collectors. That's a lot of bananas. That's bananas. Oh, it was the Hunger Games. What did you think of it? I think my mic is very loud, but please do let me know, guys. You got 90 bananas. What are you going to do when you get to 100 bananas? You got a 7-stream streak. That is crazy. But 7 is my lucky number. 7 is my lucky number. I love the number 7. And I love that. I love that for us, no. I bloody loved it. I am so happy, my love. Where did you go to? Where is it? Is it in a West End? Don't dox yourself. I mean, I know you don't live in. Sorry, guys. I don't live in London. Neither one of us here lives in London. I'm doxing all of you. Thank you for bringing sexy back. Thank you for the 13 months. My hair is not it today. However, I don't like my hair today, but that's okay. Do we prefer it like this? It's the fringe that's not doing it. Or do we prefer it like this? Please, chat, let me know. Macy, thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you for the prime. Girl, shut up. What did I do? They've built a theater for Red and Cat. Just for... Oh, because it's all round.
Do you think you'll kill for me one day?
Yes, of course I will.
Lay a hand on her again, and I will kill you.
So bad. I'm not joking. It's bad. Infold is getting my ass. My brain thinks this is a real ass man. I don't, but my brain does. I don't think Caleb is a real ass man, but my brain acts like he's a real ass man. Which leads me to your question, Katie. Hold up, I'll show you. Oh, sorry for that. Hold up. You go here. And then you get me here. Wait. Forgot to log in. Hold up. Bear me. Oh, you're not supposed to see that. That's my fanfics, man. And that's Caleb in the background! You're not supposed to see that! You're not supposed to see that! What the frick? Also, hold up. What did I show? I just downloaded fanfics. That's it, I think. Oh yeah, I just found fixing photos of Caleb that I showed on my folder. Hold up, guys. It's so bad. My hyperfix, it's getting so bad. Hold up. Oh, I need to unmute. Hold up. I love you guys. Dwevo! 10 stream streak! It should be chat screenshot in the background. I can do you one better. Oh shit, you can't see it. I can do you one better. But what if a sus user pops up and then you guys can see it's a sus user? I don't want that. Oh my god, 86. Dwayne, you're so close to beating Dante's ass. Beat his ass. I can't see. I'm struggling to read. Okay.
There so long without saying a word or moving.
Can you guys hear
Are
that?
you training your ability to focus?
Yes, definitely. So there's a new banner for Caleb, and I'm just answering Katie's question. I will be playing Overwatch, but Caleb is consuming me. I need to see him in the background. Hold up. Ay, para. Okay, so there's a new banner. It's a bit steamy. Ai, para. Falar em português é o que dá nisso? É com isso que funcionas, com português. Okay, so, Katie, I did get his card. He sent me to pity. Okay, 86 wishes. You're still trying? Girl, there's the anniversary coming up. You're going to have a Quint banner. You're crazy. You're crazy. Okay, so I did get the card. I had 20 pity. I know the ladies on Twitter fight about what pity means. I think you're all wrong. Okay, this is my thing with the lads Twitter fandom. I did get the card, but he sent me I lost my 50-50 at first. I'll show you. So a lot of people on Twitter tried to correct me on what pity means. Like being 20 pity actually means you've wished. Well, in this case, being 20 pity would have mean you wished 50 times. Was it? What do I say? I use pity as a wish that I got the 5 card on. I come from Genshin times and I have never heard anyone do it otherwise. Okay? I don't work with maths and I've never seen anyone work like doing the whole mathematician thing to count how much pity you actually... No. No. Okay, no. Just no. Don't try and correct me. I am right. I lost to Raphael. Okay, so I was 20 something. 23? Then I get Raphael. Mind you, I had 150 wishes at that point. Because I'm saving for his rerun. I'm saving for his myth rerun because I need a companion card. Remember, guys, it was the whole TikTok that... Where's Caleb? It was a whole... like, I need this companion... I don't have the companion card for this. For this companion... For... What's the name? I don't know. I don't have the companion card. Because I wish the random 10 that they gave us. And I got it. I wasn't even close to pity. It was a whole TikTok that I posted when I was still streaming Love in Deep Space. But I did get him. And the card is really good. Katie, you're going to love the card. The card is really good. Oh my god. He's so cute. Oh, why is he loading? He has his key. He has a bite on his nipple. Or close to his nipple. He's so cute. I love this card. I am so down bad for him. It's actually bad. Like, I've been grinding my ass off to try and awaken all of his 5 stars. I already had these 2. I awakened this one today. I awakened this one 2 days ago. This one I awakened when it came out. My next one is going to be the wedding one. Booba and the neck. And the neck. The neck one is a deep one. I want to save for the anniversary. Girl, save for the... But this card is really good. I thought you had 2 accounts. And I follow you on both. And I was stalking the other day. You haven't logged into your second account in ages, my love. Log in! Log into your Silas account. What the fuck is this song? Oh, I think someone recommended it and I just added it. Yeah, that's my... Okay. Yeah, that's it. Anyways. I'm so sorry to those that do not give a shit about Love in Deep Space. But I do. So I know you're here for me, not for my Overwatch plays. Which leads me to Dante, what are you doing? Are you still tired? Wait, Maisie, the sections of the seating move? Your seat moves? How do they do that? You're sleeping? Don't sleep. You deleted it. What do you mean you deleted it? You just have the 2 accounts, no? Or did you delete Love in Deep Space? But you just told me you're saving. I am so confused. Why did you delete the selecting an account? No, I'm not, but you know. I'm telling you, I think this is a time to get you addicted to caffeine, mate. Mine didn't, but districts wants... Which Wait, the seating is districts? Which district were you on? And make the stage rectangular for sections of the plane instead of round. Wow. Queen. 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 Hey, Google. It told me my time. I'm trying to do the maths, Queen. You're District 6. I'm trying to think how the District 6 is in the books. They're not like... Well, I know the 1 and 2 are like... What the fuck is this? There's something on my... My hair is just not hairing. My hair is not hairing. I am queen. I am queen. I am... Wait. I am queen. See, queen, right here. You completed Age of Calamity? Wait! You had finished it. Hadn't you? How long did it take you to finish Age of Calamity? Does this mean I get my game back? No, just to start. I swear I lended you the game 3 years ago. Because the game came out in 2020. And I finished it after everything. But the everything, okay. But I can't believe, wait, the actual ending, what did you think of it? I don't care about spoilers. The game has been out for 5 years. How's you, Dolce? I'm okay. I feel like I've had a very weird day today. I'm on holidays. I worked yesterday, so officially I'm on holidays now. I chose not to work overtime because there was nothing in the queues. So I was just like, I'm not going to do it. But I'm okay. I didn't go out as I planned today. I wanted to go and buy some more Christmas presents today. I need to get one last minute thing for Robin because I already have their present, but I want to get them something else on the side. But today is Sunday, right? And it's weekend leading up to Christmas. I thought I might as well go travel down to the city during the workday, because people are probably still working tomorrow. So I might as well just go like in the morning. I'll get you a Christmas present. You have given me enough this year, my love. Like, as you, queen, and also monetary, you've given me enough. I still have to open Fortnite. I still have to open Fortnite. You've given me enough. One of my favorites, to be honest. Are you going to get a Switch 2 for the new Warriors game? I don't want to get a Switch 2, but I loved the gameplay of Warriors, Age of Calamity. Far more than I love this song. Far more than obviously I love Zelda's Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. I just thought it's a completely different game. But I did think, as much as I have a lot of opinions about how the story went in Age of Calamity, sorry, my rhinitis has been affecting me. So if you hear my nose acting up, bear with me. What was I saying? As much as I had a lot of qualms with Age of Calamity, like, the game has over 2 hours of cinematics. It's crazy. I love your outfit today. Okay, it's just my pajamas. It's just my favorite sweater with my pajamas. With my ass on it, clearly. It's just that. And then my reindeer. Santa doesn't love you like I do. And the makeup is so good. I was looking at my BeReals from last year. Not only my face has changed so much. Well, I've lost weight. Fortunately, thank fuck. Because that's what I wanted. But also, I changed my makeup so much. My eyeliner is not perfect today. But, yeah, I'm proud of you. Girl, thank you. Because I've been lazy this month. To be honest, I was really ill in November. And then I got my period just recently. And I do not work out when I'm on my period. You're not gonna make... I'm not an athlete anymore. I'm not preparing for a marathon. I'm not preparing for the Olympics. You better not find me in a pit when I'm on my period, okay? You not find me in the gym when I'm on my period. I'm gonna be resting. That's what's up. I know Dwayne. I know, Dwayne, or I know Dwayne. Oh, guys, as I told you on Discord yesterday, there was a reason I couldn't stream, and it's because I had friends on my friends at Nina's. Kato, can we get a shout out for Kato? And Wayne, can you do a shout out for yourself as well? Thanks. Or Kat does a shout out for Dwayne, whichever. Hello, my love. Enjoy the nap. They're so mad at me because I was listening to Hassan instead of you. He was talking about the Epstein files, okay? It's important matters. I was trying to inform myself on the cover up of the century, and you're mad at me because of that. The cover up of the century. Hey guys, look at this. And it's just a black square. Anyways, I don't want to talk about it anymore. What I had to say was way more important because Cat, time and place. I was just talking about the Epstein files. Time and place, my love. Time and place. Jess! That's my Jess. That's my Valorant Pro. I love you. Thank you for 27 bonuses. How are you, my love? Welcome in. Happy holiday season. I'm leaving. Go nap. Go nap. Enjoy the nap. I'm so back. You're so back, baby. What have you been up to? Are you on holidays officially now? Also, guys, I feel like I'm going to be really boring today. And you'll have to apologize. I feel really lost when Kondu is not playing with me. I feel like I'm not half as entertaining when Kondu is playing with me. And I don't know what it is. I don't know. I just feel like you guys are not going to enjoy your time here. I'm fishing for compliments. You guys are not going to enjoy your time here because Kon's betrayed me. And he's... Whoa. You're about to take a nap. What are you talking about? That also plays this game. Yeah, well, she doesn't want to play Stadium with me, so it's just like, have to contend for the second best, which is my son. Oh my god, stop. I'm not playing favorites. It's just a matter of fact. When was the last time I haven't played with Cons on stream, guys? Tell me. Chat. Tell me. When was the last time you didn't see Con on stream? She's gonna die for 20 minutes. Okay, then go nap for 20 minutes and come back and play Stadium with me. I'm still not very higher up. Ranked up. A while, right? To be honest, I was off through the entirety of November. I was off throughout the entirety of November. Who wants to see Caleb again? Does anyone want to see Caleb again? Oh, I bought Divinity Original Sin 2. I think. Yeah, it was Sin 2 I bought. Thank God, because I don't want to play the original one. Where's Overwatch? Also, fucking Bongo Cat ruined my top games. You want to be Little Spoon or Big Spoon? Can I be Middle Spoon? I don't think Cat wants me to be the Middle Spoon. But you're still entertaining by yourself. That's just because I spew a lot of shit. I love it. I love it. I love doing it. Honestly, last weekend when I streamed, when did I stream? Was it on Saturday that I streamed? Or was it on Friday? I don't remember. When I last streamed last week, I honestly finished and I was just like, oh my god, I haven't felt this happy since the start of November. Since before Resident Evil, because not to be mean, but I did not enjoy my time with Resident. I think we all figured that one out. Frankie did not enjoy her time with Resident Evil. Frankie did not enjoy her time with Resident Evil. So I was just like, oh my god, I had not felt this happy ever since before Resident Evil. The stream was so fun though. All of the Resident Evil streams? Well, I hope so. I played it for a full week. You better have been fun. I had an anxiety attack that lasted me over a week after I finished I didn't finish Resident Evil, which I still have to discuss with Queenie, because I've kindly asked her if she would finish Resident Evil on stream for us. Like she would stream it on Discord and I would stream it for you, and she just I can't do it. I think we should watch the TikTok of Leon Jiggle Physics. Okay. Foxy! Thank you for the quiet lurk. Can we get a shout out for Fox Undercover, please? Fox, that's so formal. Can we get a shout, please, dear mods? Can we get a shout out for our dear Fox Undercover? Please, chat, dear chat, go follow. You're playing Valheim? Fuck! Maybe we pick it up next Halloween. The next Halloween, like literally the end. We'll pick up the end at the next. That's crazy. No, I'm off now, so I'm hoping I can help Queen get my save files up. And then she can just put the save files in her game, hopefully. Otherwise, I don't know how we'll do it. If Queen and I can manage to paste my save files and Steam allows it for her client, paste her save files on her game, I am Sausage Streamer 420. I've been trying to convince Queenie to start streaming because, well, one, Resident Evil Requiem is coming out. Requiem, the new Resident Evil with Leon's going to be in it. What was I saying? It's like the new one is coming up next February. Is it February, Queen? And not only that, I think her lack of aim is more than entertaining. It's like it's peak content, you know what I'm saying? Also, where's Queen? You sent me this. Okay, let me download it. Oh my god, what am I watching, woman? The logic's not right. And cause she is one of the funniest people I know. He knows how to fly. Cause I'm going to pause. Hi. Queen wants me to show you guys something. I don't know if you can hear it, and I apologize. I apologize if you can't hear it. You probably can't. But it's just... Why is he speaking in French? She just wanted me to see this. Do you see that? Do you see that? That's like me biting Caleb. What is happening here? Is that a mod? Why is he doing that? It's like that Cynthia Revo video where she goes, why does he have to do all this for a song about a thong? And I'm like, why does he have to do all this for a horror game? You know, why does he, for a thong? Why does he, a key change for, or a song over a thong? Is that Leanne Rose? Queen wanted me to... Well, why are you fucking showing this on the stream? You asked me to! You asked me! Why is he doing that? Oh, so if I go on TikTok, don't see my downloads folder.
Bringing sexy back.
Stand ready for my arrival, worms.
17 months? Thank you for bringing sexy back, Skimmy. What the fuck? Skimmy, happy holiday season. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Worms? Worms. We're all peasants to you. Is that what we are? The silliest glitch ever. Wait! Is it a... Jess, have you played the games? Is it a mod? And because of that, the thing is bounds? Scheme, look at this. Why is he speaking in French? Je ne parle pas français. Je ne sais pas. Why is he doing that? Why do they do that? Like, mine don't do that. Like, I can't do that. You know? I'm really, like, mine don't do that. Like, this is why I'm jealous of buff men. They can't do that. I can't do that. I want to do that. I want to be able to do that. Wait, I didn't see it. Play it again. Wait, hold on. Wait, Skimmy? Hop, Scheme? Havoc, what the fuck? Gay! I always... I need to study this. Yeah, me too. Hold up. Rewind. Why did they do that? How do I do that? Wait, no, I need to study, so I want to recreate this. Homie Sec, that is so fair. That is so fair, girl. No, don't side-eye me, please. Like, I just want to study how he does that because I want to be able to do that. I do chest at the gym, okay? I hit chest day. But mine, like, I can't do that. I can't do that. Like, what the frick, man? I want to be able to do it. Also, I have loot boxes. Fuck this shit. Just open all. I don't. How are you, Skimmy? Oh, he's so hot. You played a video more than 10 times, girl. And I can play it for an 11th time. What about it? Ignore that. Ignore the fanfics, please. The killer pictures. The Caleb pictures, and it's just Caleb. I am so down bad. I am so down bad. Like, it's not even a joke. No, I don't want to show anything else. Hold up, I'm going to watch it an 11th time. Hey, Caleb. Rosie, do you still play Lads? Hold up. They just do this. It's like Farah when she's about to hit her ult, and she's just like this. Urinals never die. No, that's Mercy. Urinals never die. You know the whole urinal. Go, just say you hate me. Wow, Jess! What the fuck, Jess? You don't have to call me out like that. Wait, I'm pinning that. I am pinning that. Girl, just say you hate me. I don't hate you. I like everyone. I just was a little bit confused for a while. And I still, fictional men don't count. And I still hate men. My question is, why are Leon's titties flying in the wind? Let's analyze the... I have a thesis. I have a thesis. They have nowhere to go. So, I also have another thesis. So, do you guys know how Caleb has a gravity evil? And for those that don't play Love in Deep Space, evil is basically your, like, a power that someone in Love in Deep Space world can be born with. So, he has a gravity evil. Again, I'm going crazy. So, I think Caleb is pulling his gravity evil to just do that because he knows Leon's titties don't have anywhere else to go. Chop chop. No, you don't. I'm assuming you don't like Leon. I'm going to unfollowing. That is triggering. I lost a follower today. Okay. That is really triggering. I went from 303 followers, which was a really crazy, like a really good number, 303 to 300 and 302. So I'm like, I'm really saddened. Not my fun fix, man. He's really hot. I guess he's hot too, but I don't care. She's a nightmare. I don't know what I got. What that tongue do?
How lucky for you.
I swear I'm normal. It's because of the video. What did the video do to you? Alex! Hi, honey. How are you?
Got anything for me?
Got anything for me? Oh, that's cute. I like it.
How lucky.
Why am I being... No, that's fair enough. I am... Yeah, no, I'm... Yeah, I agree with the bonk. I agree with the bonk, to be honest. I really do agree with the bonk. I apologize.
Bringing sexy back.
Oh hi there you gorgeous human. Did you know that you're really hot and lovely? No? Well take it from me, you're smoke and I love you so much.
Zoe! Oh, 10 months! No, 11 months! And on a 10-month streak? Hi, baby. Hi. Thank you so much. Oh my god, it's been basically a year since we met. Oh my goodness. Which I need to I'll message you afterwards. I forgot to message you yesterday. How are you, Zoe, my love? Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for the 11 months. You are smoking, mama. You are smoking. For 9 months. That's a whole lot. That's nearly a whole ass baby. Cond is lurking. Where the fuck are you? Guys, pin of shame. No, I kind of like the pin of shame belongs to me tonight. Pin of shame, Conde. What the fuck? Where are you? How are you doing? I'm good. Just having some friends with Chiracha. Oh, I love it, Chiracha. I don't know if I'm saying it wrong. I apologize. Do you mind calling me Alexandra instead of... Of course, darling. I thought your name... No questions. Of course, It's almost like Lady Gaga's song. Sorry, that was... I'm not going to call you Alejandro. But I was just going to say, it's almost like Lady Gaga's song. And I love that song. On my way home. Guys, my duo is coming home. How are the fries then? Are you enjoying them, my love? Alejandro. Oh, I forgot to put Spotify on. I'll cue that one. It's not Christmassy, but I'll cue that one because I really... Actually, I inspired the song. What? Drop the... I'm going to see Cat Burns, just so y'all know. I'm going to see Cat Burns, Alejandro. How did you drop the lore? Conda run, please. Please. Also, Cat is apparently joining us. I'm only contender. I've been having really bad games though. Look at that. Boom. Boom. Pardon. Don't pardon. Double down. I'm like, you should make up a whole ass lie about it. Just saying. Don't pardon me. Make up a whole ass lie and be like, I found to be in the studio with Lady Gaga when she was making Alejandro. And I was just like, so what if we recreated Judas? And Lady Gaga was like, and what would we call them? And I'm like, my name is Alexandra. Alejandro. At least that, I guess. But we started off really bad. Like, oh my god, this bitch was killing me. And then we had was it this one? Yeah, this guy was fucking useless. Our team was so stupid. Don't care about the elims. I don't care about the elims. I know he has 43, like, no, that's not the game. I don't care about the elims. That doesn't give me shit because clearly they had way less elims and they still won. But they were blaming the Con and I for the heals. But if you look, so Con and I had less heals than their heals. But if you look and you do the maths, our tank had 26,000 damage compared to his tank of 32,000, and he was being pocketed by the Mercy. So it was nearly impossible to get that Ryan and the Mercy killed. And then our damage, our DPS were doing 24,000 and 22,000, whereas theirs was only doing 15 and 11,000. So of course they're going to have more heals than we do, because not only is this bitch pocketing this bitch, but also because we're dealing more damage than they are. So there's nothing else to heal. You got, oh my god, you've got 2 more to finish the collection. Writing a whole ass fanfiction. I started writing fanfic again. And you guessed it, I started writing a fanfic about Caleb from Love and Deep Space, and you guys will never see the light of it. You might, but you might just not know who wrote it. 10! You might just be the longest streak so far, I think. Hey, don't call Mercy a bitch. This fucking bitch was pewing my ass and humiliating my ass, which I understand is my fault. I'm sorry. But I don't think Mercy's a bitch. I think this bitch was a bitch. C'est mort. Wait, no, I have to rewind. Hand on my chest. The national hymn is about to start. I know that we are young and I know that you may love me, but I just can't be with you like this anymore. Alexandra. See? I'll find be in the studio with Lady Gaga, and I was just like, we should make a Judas 2.0. My name is Alexandra. Turn that around, Alejandro. Purr. Also, how is the sound? Kondu, how long are you gonna be? Because I might as well just warm up. He never warms up. I'm jealous. He never warms up. I'm telling you guys. He'll drop in. I'm all warmed up, and I'll ask him, "Do you want to warm up?" And he said, "Nah, I'm always ready." No wonder you're ready. No wonder he's ready. Do you know why? Where is he? Chia hasn't played for 6 months. That's not already. Oh, I'm going to be put in a mid game. Overtime. Pancho again. What's the point? Okay, what's even the point of putting me in this game? Where's Conde? And now I get a loss on my repertoire. Where's Conde? Do you know why? You can't see it. Yeah, he'll hop in and I'll be like, "Do you want to warm up?" And he'll say, "No, I'm always ready." Yeah, no wonder you're always ready, man. 1,400 hours. 14? It was 1400, wasn't it? It was 1400. He has 1400 hours in. I think the game might be a little bit low. Okay. Thank you, my love. To be honest, I just started it. He has 1400 hours in the game. Loki Alejandra works. I love the name Alejandra. Who's talking in this game?
Non.
I do love your name though.
Pas ouf,
We
mieux
need.
finir avec des petits chats. On va finir avec des gros chats, c'est mieux.
What is happening? We need to see that fanfic. You will never be seeing that fanfic. You might see it. You just won't know it's me. What's your hours like? Not a lot.
Now arriving at the Shambhali Monastery.
Not a lot. 307. Hold up. Not a lot. Not a lot. Not a lot. He's just. Well, here's the thing. I thank the Lord every day that Kondu plays this game 24 hours a day because he literally carries my ass. He is the reason I have good lobbies most of the times, because if I play on my own, I never have good lobbies. I am being hard carried. I love Mercy and I love you. I adore you, mon amour. She can be quite irritating sometimes to go up against, especially if she's pocketing. Guess who will be half baked tomorrow?
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Like, what kind of baked are we talking about? I'm very wait, my OBS is fucking up. What kind of? Cause I'll be 20 weeks. Oh my god, half baked indeed! You're gonna be 20 weeks. When's the appointment? Cause you mentioned the appointment. I don't think.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, hi, Junker Queen. I can't see anything.
I appreciate
Who?
Love you.
Robin! Robin! Hi, Skull! Welcome in, darling. How are you? I do stream. On a good day, I'm good at this game. How are you? Welcome in, Robin. Thank you so much. How many months? How many months, Robin? I love you. I was just talking about you earlier. Woo, woo, woo. You didn't see that. Wait, what? We'll be seeing Squish at around 11 a.m.
Rise and shine.
23 months. Thank you, Skull, for letting me know. Guys, do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see that? He barely just got how many open Overwatch. God, you're an addict.
Soothing your wounds.
You're addicted. That's unhealthy.
Your prayers are answered.
You have my gratitude. The payload has reached. Adaptive
Yes,
system
peek,
engaged.
peek. Come on, peek.
Minor perk unlocked.
Oh my goodness. Robin, I love you. Thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're well, my love. Sophie! Can I get a shout out for Sophie? Hello, Pookie! Welcome in, my love. You missed the homie off the end of her thought. What's happening with the homies? Guys, I'm just warming up. Hi. Oh, I couldn't get to him.
Breeze brings relief.
Come to me. No. Ouch. Who got me there? You, thank you. It's, to be honest, my favorite jumper like ever. I got it from like ASOS, I think. How have you been? Was it Spider-Man that you were going to finish? Guys, go follow Sophie. She's the best. Popular. Okay. Hop on, Granny. Soy the beans, these nuts. That's your full name. What are you doing here, girl? What time is it for you? Hi, Soy. Can we also get a shout out for Soy? Oh my god, I have to go get my dinner in 2 minutes. These soybeans in my stream? What do I owe the honor? Oh my god, don't die on me. Come on. For fuck's sake. You little bitches. Where's my duo? I am on. No worries. No worries, Conde. Hi, Josh! Oh my god, everyone's here today. Oh my god, I am so happy. You don't... Oh, I hate this map. I have 2,000 healing. Crazy.
Hi, sunshine.
And I'm hanging on to my ult.
Keep an eye out.
Come on. No, that's not what I wanted. She's solo. Not dropping the full... What was the full name? Soy the beans, these nuts. I really like your full name. I really love your government name. Soy the beans, these nuts.
Like a
What are you
gentle
editing?
wind.
What are you planning? Is it TikTokas or YouTube?
Hi.
I'm just holding on to my ult. It's crazy.
Now we're talking.
What the fuck is this song? Ah, yeah.
Cleanse. Let my sunlight guide you. Destroy them.
Come on.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Oh, I feel a warm
Roadhog.
inside. Soothing your wounds. Konnichiwa. Enemy here.
Get his ass.
What's up?
In Soy Soy chat, according to Fossabot, my full name... Queen! I don't know why it does that. What's the plan for today's stream? Just a bunch of Overwatch. Stadium. Do you play Overwatch, Skull? Stadium. As always, because I'm addicted to this mode. I'm Contender 5 right now, and I want to get to Pro today. This echo is legendary. And that's how you do it. I can't heal you, baby. You're purple. No! No! I love Italian women so much. Don't forget the flirting with me segment of the stream. How could I forget?
That was
Oh.
interesting.
Something fell. Oh, and the Caleb segment of the stream. Oh, and the titties. Hold up. And this segment of the stream too.
The payload has reached the
Ladies and gentlemen, start your servers.
Oh my god, how long has it been, Josh? Also, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better?
Come to me for heals.
I'm not going to you.
Over there.
I need healing.
Heads up.
No, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
Run deep.
Oh, I wasted my Suzu on...
adaptive
Anna.
circuits engaged. Roadhog.
Carried on the wind.
Ah! Bitch. Have I told you the latest? Oh, it's too long. Sorry, Skull. Wait, let me read.
I don't give
I need to disable that. I have it downloaded and I haven't played I've only played a handful of games. I didn't mind. I just kept dying to Ken. Yeah, he will do that. I play more League, Rocket League,
Careful. We're outnumbered.
or Val.
The payload is
Oh my goodness. No, no, no. Hello. No, queen, 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 queen. You should give it a try one day. I mean, I say this. Everyone should give a try to Overwatch. And then I'm like, I hate this game. But I think that's just how life goes. Did I miss anything? Have I told you the latest update? No. What is the latest update? Since my internet is down, I'm using so much data. Bestie, get a new phone deal. Please. Call whoever your phone provider is and get a new phone deal. But it's also fine. Let me know how are you in the end. And I hope it comes back soon. Yeah, don't worry. I need to disable that. I don't know why I enabled it. And I don't know how I enabled it. Guys, you mind if I just go quickly put my foot in the microwave? I knew you didn't mind. I'll be right back. Hold up. Wait, let me invite Kunt. And then put myself on Discord. Oh, he's already there. Jeez. You did not waste a second. Hello. Oh my god, you're coming through my speakers. Do not speak. You're coming through my speakers. Hold up. You're coming through my speakers. Don't speak!
Yeah, take it aside.
Don't speak! You can't speak. Stop doing that! Okay, food's in the microwave. People might be spamming. I don't get that, cause my faucet bot, what's it called? Good bot. My Sari bot deals with like I've never had problems with that. I think I enabled it by mistake once, but it really annoys me. I love a long message. I've DM'd you. You do? You do? They've revealed... You know, that little boy up there is still an option, Zoe. Bad bot. Don't do that! We're gonna get a blue screen. No, you're not allowed. I'm not allowed to go eat? Well, I'm gonna do that. My hits were hitting last few games. Soy, you were on fire this morning. Well, this morning for me, this evening. You were on fire. You were on fire. You were dodging IRL and you were still... I love when you dodge IRL. I think it's really funny. But you were still hitting them shots. You did really well. Did you D-rank or did you rank up in the end? Because I know you were complaining about potentially D-ranking. How are games? Oh, I can't see. I can't even see my comps. You know, I've just started. This one, I was there for a hot second. Hold up. How long did it take me? 0 deaths, 0 assists, 0 eliminations. Game length, 10 minutes and 26. Play time for me was 6 seconds. You can't see it, but this was my play time. Because they pulled me into a last minute game, quick play. Oh my god, you're going to be in Europe until my 2026? I haven't even planned what I'm going to have for dinner, and you have planned that you're going to be in Europe until my 2026. No, I went positive and then and that's on what? That's on per. I'm still hard stuck diamond 1. Hey, that's better than most. That's above average. You're above average. You're literally above average. Let me go get my food. Okay, so what do we have for today?
It's not like you're busy.
We have rice And then we have edamame beans with spinach for my anemia. And then we have fried soy. We've got fried... No, actually, this is tofu. We've got fried soy. No, this is tofu. And then I've got the sesame seeds on top. Oh, and I've got red onions. And then, I make a mean sauce for my tofu. Sorry, I am the sauce. There is just one thing I need. That's not the sauce. The sauce ingredient, the sauce full ingredient is, okay, so the sauce is, I've said sauce how many times? I do not know. The sauce is soy sauce with sesame oil, with hot honey salad, I'll show you. Hot honey dressing. This bitch right here is so good. Hot honey dressing. And then I put garlic, like garlic bits in it. Oh, stunning. Stunning. It's so stunning. I love it. Oh, I've been enjoying it. It's better than I don't really like barbecue sauce, but it's a really good... I feel like it tastes how barbecue sauce should taste like. If that makes sense. Sauce sounds like Mariah Carey. To be honest, after her whole last Sephora ad, she is very sauced and she's essentially fried in the brain. For Christmas is you. Plan. Who the fuck said plan? I'm out here winging the whole trip, making ends meet. You don't have a plan? Have a plan. Frankie, what did I do? I'd like to taste Dolce's cooking. I hate cooking, but I'm a really good cook. But the thing is, for you to taste my cooking, you'd have to put me through hell. Like, I would have to be in misery. I hate cooking. I hate cooking for myself. And, like, cooking for other people is... I need, like, a 2-week break after that. I didn't mind making French toast for the guys at TwitchCon. Cause just, it's dessert, so it's... I hate cooking. There's something you need to double check, because I think you missed something. I'll find and be quiet, Zoe. I'll find and be quiet. We have to plan this. I'll find and be...
Now traveling to Busan.
Oh my god! Oh, no way! 6-7, get the 6-7 out of here, Scheme! Get the 6-7 over here! What the fuck is this? Who wants cookies? Why are you messaging people?
I'll light my own
Oh, I hate this
path.
map. One message deleted by a moderator. What happened? Who the fuck said... You get a... Alright, Oprah. Alright, Oprah. Diabetes rolls back to the kitchen. Don't say that to Demi Lovato.
4, 3,
It's not that deep.
1. Round 1. Capture.
Don't say it. So, Kond, how was it betraying me?
What do you mean
No.
betraying you?
What do you mean not betraying me?
I hadn't. I just went
But-
put in now.
Yeah, with whom? You didn't tell me.
Work colleagues.
My food is cold.
Time to get clever. Hey,
I miss my sleep. I miss all my cooldown.
You will be renewed. You cannot escape me.
What the fuck was this? Zzz.
the test subject. You're a lifesaver.
Oh yes, there can be miracles when you believe. When it is Cookie, will have shattered glass inside. That's me.
Hello there.
You got rid of the fort. Don't do that. That's part of your identity. You can
Marisha's so
achieve
cute.
when you believe. Somehow you will.
Your assistance is appreciated.
Let Cond breathe. Dulce, can I ask a question? Depends. 69, obviously alive.
No opposition is insurmountable. Greetings.
Negative. No. Negative.
Eyes
Sorry, I'm
open
playing like shit.
now.
What's the question, Queen? My heart's so full,
A
I
taste of
can't
pain.
explain. Oh, I love this song. This has been like, I've been listening to this song every day, multiple times.
Over here. Your end is within my reach.
Ah!
Oh, I'm gonna get all. I'm gonna.
Depends. What's the question? What are you crying about, Condon?
It's just my Italian moment.
They will learn pain, only glimpsed in myth.
To be honest, we're not healing.
Score 0-1. Does it bother you that you've taken as many lives as you've saved?
I don't mind killing monsters. But go on. Keep pushing me.
You ask. I need an American, please. You don't need that. When do you go away for your holiday? 24th.
5, 4, 3.
But when you're blinded by your pain, can see the way you get through the rain. Small but still.
Pain is inevitable.
Enemy in my sight.
You
Oh,
will
I
be
hate
renewed,
Dooms.
nurtured, atrophied.
Oh, I know.
Time again to try again. No. You cannot escape me.
What is he yapping about?
Enemy located.
Repositioning.
Misery over here.
Oh, fuck, I missed my ball.
Eyes on the target.
I am on the objective. Report here now.
Ruination is imminent. No recovery.
I can't heal you if you're purple, by the way.
I offer something
Oh my
more.
god, they're chasing me.
Over here.
Oh my god, mother, mother.
My love, I can't do anything. I have a Doom being slept on, getting purpled.
Receive my aid. Such grievous wounds.
Hi.
Bothersome.
You want to play Fortnite?
Me?
Oh, that's why.
Piece of this.
No, sorry,
Oh,
Queen.
I thought you were
That's
asking
me.
me. I was like, what the hell are you on? Or?
Hello.
Dante, did I just call you Dante? That's crazy. Yeah, well, you go in, and then you get purple.
Hello there. I'm under attack. Fend for themselves.
Yeah, go in whilst you're critical.
You're slipping away. Unassailable prowess.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Sorry guys, I need to eat. Okay, so Kondu, Zoe said, please be scared quietly. I'm trying to relax.
I apologize.
Nano boost administered.
Can you guys hear him well?
Helping you out.
Fuck.
Oh, I'm deflected. Oh, I'm
And I'm purple, I'm purple, I'm purple.
A big hug for a large friend.
Kon, can you speak, please?
Yeah.
Do you guys think Cat is actually going to take 20 minutes? Because I think she'll take longer than that. I think she'll accidentally, like, fall asleep. He's quiet.
Yeah.
No, he's not. Speak again.
Yeah.
I'm currently visiting England. Oh my god, the pin is, like, hiding it. I'm currently visiting England, doing London for New Year's. Oh, that's going to be spectacular. They're moving on to places like Sweden, Germany, and Amsterdam. Wowza. There is some plan. I'm just winging in slide to see what happens, but I've booked things like travel places to stay and a few cool things, but other than that, that is are you, what's your sun sign? I must ask. What's your sun sign? I must ask. To be honest, that would be down to your rising sign, unless you know your rising sign. That would be really cool. But ironically, I would bet on a Sagittarius rising, because I'm a Sagittarius rising, but I always have a plan. I need my plans to be organized. I need them to be organized. Did you get a present, Kondu?
We
Did you
didn't
get a
do Secret Santa.
You did?
We didn't do Secret Santa.
What's the point then?
It's been because it's been hectic and the manager played for the food, so slow.
What did you have?
I had a burger, chips, onion rings, and I had 2 ramen cooks.
Ramen cokes.
Mhm.
Ew. Ew.
What do you mean ew?
I voted Samoa by accident.
Oh, that's a real ew. Who would do that?
Wait, are you a Sagittarius sun? Queen is an Aussie. Queen is from Aussie land. Also, if I missed anything on chat, please feel free to repeat. Today is a bit chaotic in my mind. I swear I was saying something earlier. Oh! Musical babies, I have an announcement. My friend Nina, for Christmas, got me, does us, tickets to go see Waitress next year. And I am
I'll light my own path.
so excited. I'm an Aquarius as a star. That explains a lot. Aquarius don't abide by a plan.
Can you use your
That makes a lot of sense. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. But I'd bet you still have like loads of Sagittarius placements in your birth chart.
4, 3,
I know someone that's going to Sweden.
1.
Who is it?
Objective unlocked
Oh.
in 30 seconds.
You good?
大丈夫こんにちは Hi
ازيك؟
Hey there
I love this album.
Enemy here
Hi, Diva. Diva down. Oh, no, the fucking Italians, man.
Under my protection Got one here
Objective unlocked.
Who needs healing? Watch your backsides.
If you drop, I can heal you.
The breeze
Drop.
brings relief.
I'm out.
Yeah, you up. Yeah.
Enemy here. Konnichiwa.
Can you fit back?
No, I was trying to say hi to them.
Done playing
Don't
around.
worry, Robin. I was talking about it earlier. I was going to message you if I could see you tomorrow afternoon or Tuesday during the day. Because I need to get you a second thing that I forgot to buy.
Soothing your wounds.
So you don't have to worry about it. I can't hit her!
Hi.
Tin is home.
Over here.
Finito!
Hey, check in. Got one here.
My god. So you're fine, Robin. And we talked about it, you did? They had your back, that was good to see.
Time to try again.
Are you feeling better about it?
What's up? Your prayers are answered. Konnichiwa. You take a lot of damage.
I cannot get to the top.
Yeah. Kiriko's not working tonight.
Leave out of my.
Leave it down.
Humanity
How does
is
she kill me like that?
I hold the key.
With a strong thighs.
Nerf that bitch.
You will be renewed.
Nerf this.
Oh, I hate her. Try to ignore this. I'm playing like shit on purpose.
Time again to try again. Pain is administered. Anguish and despair.
Stop me. Let's make a scene.
I see a hostile.
Helden sterben nicht.
Oh, I am dead! Oh, I hate her.
The bastard is just emote next to our spawn.
Progress is seldom won with each. Hello there.
Behind you. The robot's pushing it the wrong way.
Oh, God.
Step aside.
No position is insurmountable. Ruination is imminent. Hello there.
Apparently our moon sign is in Virgo. Are you addicted to work? See, Dolce, I told you I trusted Cat. I didn't read it. So you didn't tell me anything. I'm such a good cook. Cat, we're gonna play comp. Do you wanna join? It's a nice place in S, but if it's toxic, then no. Feels like that's a lot of people. Like, being addicted to work, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Scorpio and Virgos, like, predominant Scorpio and, in Virgo, and sometimes Aquariuses, they can be quite workaholics. I'm glad they have your back, Queenie. I really am. I don't have mental... That's fine. I want to rank up, baby. on BG3 again. Stop calling me out on being a workaholic. I'll do one better. Hi, Achiever. Hey, at least I'm jealous. I'm neither. I'm just lazy. With no ambitions. That's my toxic trait. Are we ready for 10-minute queue times?
Welcome
No.
to Paris.
Wait, I'm going to finish eating whilst you're doing that. I wish I had eaten before starting stream, but I had a really late lunch, so it wasn't an option at all. And I need to use food before going away.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
If I have spinach in my teeth, let me know. Well, I just worked for 10 years to get my long service, so now I'm on holiday because that place ran me to death. 10? What does long service mean?
Eyes sharp this time.
I'm being a whore in BG3 again. Me too. I'm just not on BG3. That's actually a lie. I don't even leave. The fuck is this? I don't even leave the house. Wow, no aim. I was literally like making it easy for you.
Easy.
Ay, ay, ay. You like to plan things. Yes. I like maintain a balance. Mostly because I don't want people to be freaked out.
They still haven't seen my
But
ass.
I don't like surprises, and I like to know the possibility that something could go wrong. I'm confused. Where the fuck are you from? I'm from Portugal. I live in the UK though. I live in Wales. But I'm Portuguese. Why did I say that in French? I like to plan. As soon as something is not within that plan, I'm like, oh shit, same. A tank, really? On deathmatch? Is this Taylor Swift? Get the fuck out of here, man. Cause why? Where did you think I was from? Was it Bobby that was having a conversation about being Hispanic? Who was it? Because of the Dulce de Milkies. How the fuck do I stop Discord? I have no idea. Can't die! You won!
Hold up now.
Bitch, you stole my kill. I have no aim. I have no aim. I have no aim. I haven't played Valorant in ages. I have no aim.
Valorant?
Yeah, because I had good aim because of Valorant.
Oh, excuse me.
Die, bitch.
Ah!
That's my first kill, by the way. Ow! I hate the double hit that Anna has. It's a thing the Australian government gave to us that if you're Aussie? It's a thing the Australian government gave to us that if anyone stays committed to their company and work for a continuous 10 years, you got a 8.5 week holiday whilst being... That is crazy good. Although 10 years is a long time. 10 years is a long ass time. Like, I think I've been with my company for ages, and I haven't been with my company for even over 5 years, but not that close to 10. In the middle. In the middle! I thought you were Hispanic. Yeah, Bobby thought you were Hispanic. To be honest, deceiving. I speak Spanish. Sometimes it comes out. And then I have the dulce de milkies in there. The question, do you want me to mute?
I don't know.
Okay. Oh. Queenie, 20 gift subs. 20 gift subs. She's just copying me with an. Go fuck yourself! Sorry, chat got me confused. I thought you and Queen were from the same place, but we spoke and you said Portuguese. So that is so fair. We speak in riddles, to be honest. I don't make it easier because of my accent, so you're fine. Queenie, thank you for the gifted to Skull. Queenie down. We've been there long enough. Robin, I've been there. I've been in a company for longer than you have. What are you trying to tell me? No dog thing. I really don't want people knowing where I work.
Victory calls in the state. Welcome to the armory. The teams are gearing up. Every choice is crucial.
Oh god, hold up. Faz parte da mobília do trabalho. Eu basicamente... That's what I've been saying! Now I speak Portuguese. Dulce taught me. Show it to us. If I come to Wales, surely we hang out. I don't know, darling, because I just met you. So you... And I'm a woman. And I don't mean this in the wrong way. And please don't take this the wrong way, but... Like, you know, I just have to be careful. And don't take this the wrong way. I'd be happy to help you, like... If you want places to see. But I don't know if I'd still like be comfortable meeting someone from the internet. And I say this with the utmost respect. Yeah, I've been saying this so many times that I'm basically like the office's furniture. Pretty much. I don't think my boss likes it when I say it though. Konditu, what are you doing? And they say chivalry is not dead. Every time we have a doom, we lose. So how's it gonna be?
That's very true.
The weak enemy located.
Oh, and it's against this fucking Scottish. She's part of the decoration too, real.
The objective is now active. To war. Hello, you're welcome.
Real. I'm coming.
I really need you. Oh, you up there, okay.
You're broken. May I?
Oh my god! I have a tracer on my ass!
I gave you a pack. I don't know if that's enough or not, but...
Be nurtured.
Enemy over here.
Do we get to pro tonight? I wanna... Oh, what did I do? I thought you were an enemy. Get them. Get their asses. Doom. Doom. You good?
Your end is within my reach.
You
I'll try not to get headshot by Ash.
Where is she?
I gave you a
Been
pack already. Stop spamming it.
Oh, I'm dead. I am dead. Oh! That was... Doom?
I gave you a pack.
Oh my god, this Doom came to protect me. I'm dead.
I cannot heal you.
That's okay, that's okay. Juno's on my ass. Doom, I love you. Oh shit, I'm muted. Doom, I love you. Thanks. for coming to my rescue
Your position is
and getting my fault. No, it's fine. It's fair to ask. I have been around shot for a while, so I don't know if I guess I was long shot, but thanks. And honestly, I feel flattered that you would ask. And
Are you trying to run away
thanks for
again?
this. Go!
You know, you don't have to be that observant.
You don't have to, darling.
Fuck. Fucking Kiriko behind the phone.
You can ignore it if you want.
Ah! I'm gonna die. I don't know where I am. Oh, we nearly got it. What was?
Just need to
Don't
regroup.
have to, darling. Thank you. It was on sale. Sorry. Fine. I really appreciate it. I don't mind. Like, it's just my thing is, I don't mind meeting people. Like, for example, if you have met people at TwitchCon, I'm like so chill with that.
for all the tales. Lending a hand.
I haven't even met a lot of my friends,
Okay, Trace is one.
Is inevitable.
but I appreciate you being nice about it.
Kiriko got
I
down.
really do. I'm gonna fucking die.
I
Kill
gave
his
you a pack.
ass.
I don't, was that enough?
Be nurtured.
Was it enough? Was it enough?
I don't know.
Was it enough? Was it enough? What do you think?
I think, yeah, I guess he's still alive.
Surrender to your mother.
The score is
So I get to spend 9 more. No. You guys do not have to spend money on me. That's absolutely not a requirement for anything or anyone. But I really appreciate you guys.
time for a payload race.
We haven't met yet. I have my Lego flowers ready for a date. Oh! Is it true? Man, if I was traveling down to Aussie land, you bet your ass I was going to meet as many people as possible. I have so many people from Australia. Well, look down as hell for suggestions. I have already been thinking about some. I know a lot more for Lisbon because I don't live locally. Like I don't live in a local area in Wales.
It's not like you're busy.
So I don't know, and I don't leave the house that much. Oh, ha. My build sucks. But Lisbon is where the heat is at. Thou and Porto. I can give you a few tips for Porto. That's my favorite city. No comment.
3, 2, 1. Let's get to it.
Oh my god, I love this song. Thank you for the hydrate. My throat is killing me. I'm just a psycho fool.
Trace is coming behind.
Subject.
Don't run away from me! Oh, that's a duplicate Juno build.
The first checkpoint's clear.
I like this Doom. I don't want to jinx it, but I like this Doom.
The weak can fend for themselves. No. Lending a hand.
I don't want to play payload because I'm not gonna make money.
My power emanates.
Okay, do you wanna go and make money? You go and make money then. You can fight with him more than I can. But the thing is, you're not as mobile.
Such grievous wounds.
Get out.
Easily made manifest. Hello. Come to me. Keep watch.
Rally to me.
Way to the finish line.
The honey like a bag of tackies. I'm the shit. I'm the shit.
A sip for the pot. I see a hostile.
I'm gone.
Sorry. Enemy located. Hello. No mother's kind.
I think Doom might need your help.
Nope.
Repairing your cellular makeup.
I'll go to point.
Okay.
You cannot escape me. Be cautious.
Okay, Cass is on point actually.
For boy, dumb bitch, fucking gnarly. Gnarly, don't talk to me.
Be nurtured.
Our team's flying into the final stretch.
You will be renewed. Over there.
Skull! Guys, you don't have to spend money on me. If I message you, no. I don't have notifications on. Thank you for the hype train, Skull. What the helly?
I offer something more.
60 seconds remaining.
Surrender to your mother.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Where did you go, Beth?
I was aiming through the wall. There was a gap in his wall because he closed me down and I was just aiming through the gap. You have to rewatch. It was really funny.
30 seconds remaining. Only
Where
10
is she?
seconds left.
Which emote did you get? Which one did I get?
2.
Queenie contributed? Queenie, you did contribute. Queen! Oh my god, I got a furry one. I got a furry one.
The teams are facing off in clash.
Just like you.
Now's the time for our teams to work out their strategies.
What did you just tell me?
What do you mean? I said nothing.
Are you sure, brother?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. I said GG at the end and that's it.
No, you told
You
me
have my
something.
thanks.
I think you're tripping.
I could just clip it.
I think you're tripping.
Sounds like a guilty conscience.
The arena
They
is
have,
ready and waiting.
I said
20
nothing.
seconds to go.
I know you were talking about me claiming to be a furry. Why do I have a bounty on my ass?
Me? Never.
You've never called me a furry, you motherfucking liar. Oh my god, you glow! Oh, I love having settings on max. You glow!
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Commencing attack on objective
Welcome
B.
in! Soul? Shoal? Well, that's okay. Welcome in, darling. I don't know how to say your name. But I hope you appreciate you will love the emotes.
The objective goes live
There's
in
a
10.
test subject. Enhancing
Oh
your
my
vitals.
goodness.
The objective is now active.
I love this gym. Wrong
I don't
one,
love this
sorry.
fire.
The bounty.
Yeah, no, me neither, but that's okay. We can.
Oh, I'll send. Okay, we got back.
I'm playing like shit. I feel like a noob.
Ruination is imminent.
Okay. She can stay on point.
You need only ask for my help.
My ultimate is charging.
The objective.
I can't heal you through the wall.
Yeah, I'm gone. Yeah, he blocked
Yeah,
me.
because you were getting spiked. I'm lagging.
10 seconds until the objective's unlocked.
A sip for the parched.
I'll be
My
right
bad.
back.
The objective's online.
To Zool. I like that. How's your day going? Or your evening? What did I get? OMG, nothing. What do you mean you didn't get anything?
No mother's con. I'm sorry.
Okay, just need to protect this one.
Oh, we don't get to...
Objective B.
Help me. Let go.
We got folk behind.
Yep.
The objective goes live in 10.
They've won that round, so we don't get to...
What is it now?
How did I kill her?
The objective's live.
Be nurtured.
Shimmy for me. I promise, if I'm being honest, you can get anything you want.
For the parched.
And they win the round. Let's check the standings. 3.
I hope Overwatch is treating you well. We never played it before. Oh my god, my brain just glitched and my throat just went boom.
Coming up next. Put those hands
I think we're doing fine. The raid, the quick plays were not good. Would you ever play it? I'm always like, I always recommend my viewers to play it, despite the fact that I'm constantly saying, I hate this game. I hate this game. But you get cute skins, and that's all one can ask for, to be honest. Woke up and chose. Wait, what? Oh my god. Let me get my priorities, chat. Let me get my bill first. Why am I broke? Why am I broke? No, this sucks, man. I need shields because I know the.
The arena is calling. Our teams have 20 seconds left.
I'm coming.
Their Ash is going for weapon power. Interesting.
Huh. Instead of the easy win.
Yeah, instead of the dynamite build, easy win.
Just opening Twitch for the day because of the gift subbing. And thank you for checking in. I appreciate you. You're welcome here, even though.
The objective goes live in
No, we have people that have never played Overwatch and they like being here. Thank you for the follow. To be honest, the fact that I play comp, I think I'm quite chill. Sometimes I do scream. Sometimes it comes out. But I don't take it overly serious. I just like playing the game. I feel like I'm playing like a noob. Hi.
Hello.
That is very true. That is very true. I used to play Valorant a lot, and it was also that hate-love relationship. But I do like the role of support, which Valorant doesn't really have.
Receive my aid.
Hello. See, this game is this mode is either too good or too bad. This is forever for me.
Oh, my shield is gone. Bye.
Sorry if I can't reach chat at the moment. We just want to win.
A taste of poison.
Someone's here. Oh. Bitch. Thank you for the lurk. I have some, but I'll be back in a bit later for sure. Let's chat about Portugal. I'm going to message you. I've been compiling some things. I don't think I'd play it. Overwatch? Yeah, I don't think either. I don't think you'd play it either. I know, speaking honestly, I think this is forever for me.
What is it now? I require assistance.
Conde.
One missed them away.
Oh my god. Okay.
Surrender to your mother.
Right. I'm going Spire. Let's go. What?
Hello.
The robot is in our possession.
Don't push.
Yeah, they're gonna touch anyway. In 10 seconds they can push. They can touch anyway.
You cannot
No, they
escape
can't.
me.
They wouldn't have been able to. GG's. Festoom. Love you, Doom. What did I miss?
Have we been here before?
Wait, did we win? We won. 4-0. Oh, he said he loves us too.
I need to see this again.
That is so cute. And this and this eu também. He's Portuguese. Wait, Tuga. He's Portuguese. Whoa! Cause he said adoro. And the Spanish person wouldn't say adoro. If a game has competitive, I almost exclusively play that. Why is it win or loss is whatever. I just like seeing me too. See, the thing with Valorant, I didn't play much competitive. I think my peak on Valorant was silver too. To be honest, I'm still like only gold 5 in Overwatch. The thing with Valorant was that everything was so how do I say it? Oh, I got like harass, is that the right word? Like on Valorant, people were really mean because I'm a girl. Or I'm a woman, you know, just I can't deal with that. No, you're not. What's happening? You're not. Give me a second. You're not. Give me a second. Well, you didn't miss anything. Just 3 minutes of queue. What did you come back to? So, there's this guy called Caleb. Is it working now? I could see it. I don't know what happened. I'm really sorry. I could see your messages. I don't know. I just messaged my mods and I told them, can you fix this? I don't know what's going on. I was just mid-comp and I'm like, what's happening? I don't know. Can I complain here? I'm watching Willy Wonka, right? Okay. Willy Wonka? No, wait. Is it Willy Wonka the chocolate? No, wait. The one with Timothée Chalamet. Or like the original Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, or like whatever it is.
Welcome to Malevent.
Enjoy, Lurk. Wait. The 70s, the very first one. Huh? You're telling me that there's another one other than one with Johnny Depp and Timothée Chalamet? Do I still have the book? I have the book in Portuguese, to be honest, but I can't see where it is. There are like 3. So the one with Chili Chalamet. The one with Chili Chalamet. Chili Chalamet, that's crazy. And then the one with Chili Depp. And who else? Dulce. What? For if you include the prequel. It's the one with Chili Chalamet, the prequel. I'm being so serious. I've only watched the one with Johnny Depp. Chili Chalamet Jenner. He would so take Kylie's last name. He would so take her last name. Yes, Chili is a prequel. I love how you guys have simply adopted the name Chili. I love that. I love that. Was it good? I have a thing. I don't really watch things with Chili Chalamet in it. I watched Call Me by Your Name, cried my eyes out, and then we found out that the other guy was a cannibal. What was his name? Dulce, where do you think Pure Imagination song came from? I don't even know which song that is. The best Willy Wonka is the one from 1971. I am out. Okay. Okay. 1971 Willy Wonka. What? Oh, no, I do know this one. It's the guy from the memes. It's the guy from the memes. That's crazy. I did not know this shit. I'm sorry, I'm an ignorant. Chili is an amazing actor for me, just attractive. See, I really liked his performance in Call Me By Your Name. Kondu?
Me.
You're gay. What's your opinion on Chili Chalamet?
I don't have an opinion.
You do not have an opinion on Chili Chalamet.
No.
You don't find him look at my screen. No, my screen, my stream. You know it from the meme? Yeah. Are you proud? Are you proud? Kondu.
Me.
Look at my stream.
I'm looking at.
Do you find Chili Chalamet attractive or not? I can't tell.
Meh.
Meh. Would you say
He
like...
looks like he's under the influence of something 24/7.
Okay, let's dial it back a little bit. Okay, let's dial it back a little bit. Let's not... You're going to cause allegations in my stream that I'm not comfortable with. The Jenners have a lot of money. I don't. I even like something fell off my mouth. Oh yes, this. Oh my god, I do love that meme. See, I also know him from the meme. Oh, don't mind me. It's just Caleb. Also, double whammy. You know. He just happens to be my background size. Hi, Holly. Wait. Now that you've mentioned, I do love that video. I find that video like really funny. He's a very pretty guy. My issue is I never liked June, and that was his big thing. Are you a June fan? Oh, you never... Why did I ask that? I'm sorry. I am sorry. You literally said I never liked June. I'm sorry. I did... I'm sorry.
Taken the lead.
It's like I'm so embarrassed. I am an ignorant. Jesus Christ. Wait. Timothy Chalamet. Is that the one? No. And Pete Davidson.
Lead
This one.
lost.
Faker.
Taken the
Wait.
lead.
I don't want to see the whole thing. I find this really funny.
Okay, hold on. You gonna respect this. Check it. Yeet, yeet, skirt, yeet, yeet, skirt, skirt, skirt. Roll up, yeet, drop that, yeet, skirt that, yeet, pop that, yeet. Hey, 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 hey.
You never loved me, Mom.
I needed you, whoa, yeah.
Why was we slapping? Why was he slapping the guy? Tiny! Good morning. Good morning. No, you're not in Aslan. It's not good morning. Hard to tell. I'd say in a famous setting for cameras and red carpet, he's a solid 9. But you've met him you've met Chili Chalamet in person. You've met Chili Chalamet in person. He's a mid-7 for sure. A mid-7? A 7 is not mid. A 7 is conventionally attractive. He's the type that would for sure lay you down if you met. Every man lets me down, to be honest. So, you know. I never liked you in OMG. Are you a Dune fan? Please. You never loved me, Mom. Did you hear his new song? Who? No, I haven't met him. Wait, what? What is happening with me tonight? I can't. I know how to read. I'm not Leah Michelle. I do know how to read. What is happening? What did you say? What did you say? You said... Hard to tell. I'd say in a famous... Oh, if you would have... Sorry. I thought you implied. Wait, I'm grading a stereotype about Overwatch players as we speak. I hope it isn't inaccurate. Okay. When you come to a conclusion, let me know. I would love you to read me to Phil. Turns out she is. You like Willy Wonka the 19th? Yeah, the meme guy. I know him from the meme. Willy Wonka 1970. He's the meme guy. He's the meme guy. She knows how to read. Are you a June fan? So wait, the stereotype is that Overwatch players can't read. Oi! What the fuck do you mean I can't read?
Welcome to the armory.
Is all of this just for show? Yes. But I've read a total of 0 books and a total of probably over 100 fan fictions this year. Now, what does he have to say? What is Tiny the Wizard complaining about? What is he complaining about? I fear she's done for. Oh, Holly, that was funny. Gene Wilder and not Timothy, Chili are the only good versions. Oi, I'm Johnny Depp is right there. Don't even. Calling beloved actor Gene Wilder, rest in peace, by the way. The meme guy is crazy. I've never watched the movie, but I know the memes. The stereotype is revolving around the killer portions this far. Stop by my account. Don't mind me. Oh. Don't mind me. Oh, we're going that way. It's
No opposition is insurmountable.
I knew we shouldn't have gone there.
My apologies. Receive my aid.
And I missed your. Okay, redeem yourself.
I offer something more.
I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry. A sip for the parched.
To protect you.
This was so funny, man. Well, with an overextension like that, we're definitely not gonna win. Oh my god, what is he doing? Wait, did you see Cat live earlier? Did you see her live?
They will
I don't fuck with Tim. Black people don't fit my aesthetic. Burton. When did he say that? And did he direct the 71 movie?
Misery made manifest. Eyes open now. Come here for healing.
No.
No. Be nurtured.
Enemy here.
Pause the Crusaders!
Pain is
Come on, kill him. How are you doing, Tiny Wizard? Thank you, Skull. Enjoy your lurk. Be safe.
Great minds are always persecuted.
Right before I went. What time did you go to sleep? I am not going that way. I am not.
Receive my aid. Hello there. I'm restored.
Enemy over here.
Reforming.
Intertactile visor activated. I've got you in my sight.
No, you don't.
I offer something more.
I'm gonna die. Any packs?
Pause the Crusaders!
Enhancing your vitals. Unravel.
Queenie! Stop! Oh. Happy solstice, my love. Today, chat. Solstice is always a day and a shadow period for renewal, for new beginnings. So falling off the map is a thing. You can't. So Overwatch players can't read. They fall off the maps. You know, all of that. Stop. It's actually fine. You don't need to do it. Don't do it. Fun fact, Charlie from Depp's Willy Wonka. He is! He's all. I know there's like. I know the show wasn't perfect. The Good Doctor show wasn't perfect. But it was like a comfort show for me at a point. And a lot of the actors did like campaigns to openly talk about autism and to, you know, just talk about it. Bring down the... I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Thank you for the gifted. Thanks to Queenie, we'll only have brighter days from today. Brighter days ahead. That is Ariana Grande's deluxe album of Eternal Sunshine.
3, 2.
Always a fan of all that knowing trope. Is why I watch House for most part. See, I've never watched House, but I think before I die, I want to watch House. because I've watched some clips, and he's a really funny guy. And isn't he gay? With the guy from with the actor that was in what's the name of the movie? I love that movie. Cynthia Erivo. The Poets one. What's that one? Oh, I love that movie and I forgot the name of it. Tiny, help me. Tiny, help me. You know it. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep you alive.
Your end is within my. Come here, keep watch. I'm under attack. Move here if you wish to be healed.
Fucking ashes. I don't remember. It's one of my favorite movies and I forgot it. The name of it. Wow, crazy.
Enhancing your vitals.
Crazy.
Be nurtured. You're a model.
I can't remember his name.
Fuck on me.
I also can't Google it.
Receive my aid. I require assistance. I see a hospital.
Tactical visor activated.
What's his name? Dead Poet Society. Yes, Dead Poet Society. Also, Hugh Laurie is straight, so I'm double confused by your question. No, in House. In House, the show. He dates the house guy. They're gay. And I was just like, let's go, Valentina.
You cannot escape me. My apologies.
60 seconds left.
There's a test subject. Surrender to your mother.
Do something!
No, the opposing payload's in the final stretch. Our team has to rally together to catch up.
Let's clear him out.
Your end.
I don't know what's happening.
Into the
Seconds
iris.
remaining.
There's the enemy.
Oh, I fucked up my orb, man.
Watch here.
No, Tiny, he's gay when he steps foot in this house. Queen!
Only 10 seconds left.
Enhancing your vitals.
Got you in my sights.
Be nurtured.
Thousand Crusaders.
Your strength becomes mine.
Sure.
Break the chains. Enemy located.
And they take the round.
Allow.
Score is
House is not gay. There's a ton of queer baiting though. Are they not? I thought they were in a relationship.
this round.
I've only watched clips, to be fair. Engi Automod. I don't know what I did.
Coming up.
Steam Elements kicks off after like I don't know how many characters. I genuinely thought they were in a relationship. She's not gonna watch. What do you mean there's no MLM? Have I been... Do you know a show that I really want to watch, chat? I really want to watch Heated Rivalry. Oh my god, Kondu! Tin needs to watch Heated Rivalry. Kondu, you're awfully silent. Were you silent or were you silenced? It's not even replying to me. He's even here. I don't think he cares. Removes it from watching. They're more like I genuinely, from like the clips I saw, I genuinely thought they were in a relationship. Oh my god. I genuinely thought they were in a relationship. I've been baited. Kondu. Kondu.
Yum yum.
Were you ignoring me?
No, the doorbell rang.
Oh. Ring, ring, ring. Queen, do you have a knock knock? Who's there joke?
Capture the objective.
Remember what we've learned.
Ring, ring.
10 seconds until the objective's unlocked.
Your end is within my reach. Come to me. I'm on my way. Receive my aid. I can taste it. You will be renewed. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
God, I hate that it attaches to me. You're dealing so much damage. Ow.
Enemy on the move. Stop them.
Ow. Getting back, no heals. But then I'm gonna be flamed.
Evolution is a
Going to the
painful
hockey
path
rink to
to
watch the
walk.
games are being called the boy aquarium and as a kid. Do you know what? I really like winter sports, and I went to watch. Usually I go and watch a hockey game, like each season, because we have it here in Wales, and our team is quite good. But now I'm really, I don't want to be that person, and I know it's not that deep, but like I was already going before, so now I just think people are going to like see me there. This woman is here because of the heated rivalry show. And I'm like, baby girl, I've been here. I've been here. I've been here. You know? Who there? Wait. I'm missing it.
Viable progress.
I need to win. We need to get a pro.
Tactical visor activated.
Boy aquarium is killing.
Receive my aid.
I saw the comments about like the lack of douching representation. It was really funny.
Surrender to your mother.
Surrender to you. Come on. Motherfucker, die.
Amadon.
30 seconds remaining.
Such grievous wounds.
And they're in the lead.
We are in the
Let's show this
lead.
one.
Pain is inevitable.
You go there?
I thought I had someone behind. I think I'm tripping.
Oh, that was a good bob.
Grant me an ember from your heart.
Overtime.
A sip for the parched.
Enemy over. Last chance to win this.
Fucking bob, man.
Reforming you.
Told you about
must
you.
end their pathetic hopes.
Oh, my
Yeah,
aim.
You're coming. Oh, damn.
And she just keeps knocking. Say it louder. What is happening? Knock, knock. Okay, you do knock, knock. And I go. Who's there?
Fucking shield, man.
Stop the enemy immediately.
Who's there?
Freeze! Don't move!
Into the iris.
Come here for healing.
This is our chance to knock them cold.
Bro, say it louder. What is happening? Guys, I can't do this.
Enemy over here.
Surrender to your mother.
Nice. Point. No, good.
Fucking Bob, man.
No wound is truly mortal.
Tactical visor activated. That's a round one. Let's check the standings.
No mercy, no me. No, you know I don't play Moira that much. Mercy that much. I clearly don't play Moira. No.
Up next,
No, no.
get ready for chaos in
Who?
Clash.
Okay, no. Okay, knock. Okay, you guys do knock
It's
knock.
time for the teams
Come
to
on, who's
consult
there?
their playbooks.
Monica. Monica who? Tiny, I've already done it. Monica who? Monica Lewinsky? Tiny, don't. Tiny, don't. No, Tiny. I see you preparing to keyboard warrior. No. Good job, Mr. President. Exactly. Exactly how we practice. That's not... That's Marilyn. No? I don't know.
The arena is calling. Our teams have
Was I right? Is this Monica Lewinsky? But why does she pee on people from her left hand? That's a really good question. She's a scientist. And she makes loads of experiments on like all of these most of these characters that you're seeing. And yeah, she pisses, and then in order to regroup that heal, because if you see the bar, her heal goes down, so in order to get that heal back you need to suck.
the objective unlocked.
And I think Kondu could tell you more about it. I can't really tell you much about it. She's been my...
The objective's online.
Move here, I see a hostile.
Can you feel the love
Grant me an ember from your heart.
Nope. Motherfucker. Don't say talking. No, we don't do that here. What the fuck just fell from my desk? Gives in the... Yeah. Shit, you're adding that to the stereotyping. It's... How long is it so far? How long is it?
A taste of poison.
Just...
I don't know what they're trying to do, I'm not gonna lie to you. We should have just let them take the point and regroup on second point.
We're falling back to objective A.
Come on, last round. This is not 3-0, of course. We win.
Help me.
The objective goes live.
From above, from above. Should have gotten that heal.
I'm restored.
The objective's live.
Why don't you?
You need only ask for my help.
Oh, I'm getting shot at. I'm not healing along. It's Linkty. I mean, you're talking about it. No, I want to know who Monica is. Why are you talking about Monica Lewinsky?
Repairing your cellular makeup. Hello there. No. I'll offer something more. Surrender to your mother.
Thank you. Slay.
They take the point.
I think we could have won that without my ult.
Objective B.
I would have died straight away with my ult. And that tank was doing his own thing behind there, so...
Join with me.
Someone behind?
10 seconds until the objective's unlocked.
This point is so complicated. Oh, I'm sorry, we're all separated.
Receive my aid.
Yeah, we're...
I require assistance. There's a test subject.
Visor activated.
I'm coming back with my ult.
Into the iris.
Attack the objective.
You can't stop me. I'm on fire. Force Crusaders.
Maybe my ult is not
Holy.
needed.
Hello.
Yes.
No.
That's actually funny.
Man, that
Do
was
better than that.
funny. GG. So she was right. It is Monica Lewinsky, the Monica who is media training for the president to deny the scandal.
We've got a replay to watch.
Just like we practiced. Got it. But he worked with her, so that wouldn't. How would that work? She was his secretary. Guys, I need to go piss, girl. She was so close, Tiny. How about you go suck my dick, man? I'm not gonna make that joke. I'm not gonna make that joke. I'm not gonna make that joke. Poor right. It was really funny though. No. I can't speak to the historical accuracy to Queen A's jokes. It's like Queen A's jokes in terms of like historical Queenie's jokes are like when people try to make media about the Tudors. It's always very inaccurate, but it's really funny. I need to go piss, girl. I'm going to leave you with It's Raining Men, and I'll be right back. And I'm going to run ads. So actually, Holly, the cat in Caleb's lap is Zoe's cat. Is it Bobby? Zoe! Who is it? Is it Bobby? Is it Bobby or is it Lily? 8 seems low. You've been here more. He's always in Shadowroo. 10 out of I did ask for Zoe's permission. I'd just like to point out that I did ask for Zoe's permission, okay? I did ask for Zoe's permission. Hold up. Okay, I have 2 browsers. I have 2 browsers, right? I have Opera that I use for stream, and I have Internet Explorer. Don't come for me. I just need to see something. Wait, I need to see something. Wait, is it on my downloads folder? Pieces and I can't go back, but now I'm seeing all the beauty in. So I share my Canva with Diana. So Diana just sees the shit I have. D just sees the shit I have. Yeah, I did that. I did that. Wait, I'll put you on a death match and then we'll watch the video. This is what it sounds like. That's Brave. What, the cat on the lap? That's Brave? Am I going to get copyrighted?
Company karaoke, 90s pop theme.
You play Rust? Oh my god. I don't play Rust, but there's a Rust documentary, like a video that I love.
I used to play Rust.
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
Before
Rue?
Overwatch was the thing in my life.
Rue? When was this? Oh my god, I loved watching. I found it. I loved watching this Rust video. Gaslighting Rust players. I loved watching this video. This is as far as I know about Rust. This is as much as I know about Rust. It's 47 minutes. It's called Gaslighting Rust Players from ZTube. Go watch it. It's hilarious. You don't need to know shit about Rust. It's hilarious. No, Sherry Coven stuff with like that on it. Yeah, that I tried to blur. Like I can't like show everything. Like I did put it on the side. I did put it on the side. Made by Frost. LOL, send me that. Say please. Say pretty please. It's hilarious. I loved watching this. What was I going? Okay, new Timothée Chalamet song. Am I going to get copyrighted? Is this the Kylie Jenification of Chili Chalamet? Or Girl Got a Billion? That's hilarious. Wow, funny. We love billionaires. This is fire. Don't make me fucking beg in front of your team. Bet. It's just not my thing. It used to be, but not anymore. And also I don't like Chili Chalamet. I made up my mind. You actually fuck with this. What on earth is this? Welcome! I have a question! I'm so glad you're here. Zoe, I need you to answer me something. Where is it?
Imagine having the confidence to unload your dishwasher without checking.
Who is this?
Your dishes emerging in
Which one of your cats is
thanks
this?
to Fairy's tough food
Help.
power and Becco's power-intense technology that delivers up to 5 times better cleaning. Becco and Fairy for a no-check clean.
Doing the shopping. It's Bobby. Okay, it's Bobby, Chad. Yeah, I did say I thought it was Bobby. I totally do not get your cats confused with one another. I definitely know how to differentiate your cat. I know how to differentiate your cats. I just forget how to. Actually, that doesn't happen. I always know how to differentiate your cats. Anyways, look, Tinitu! My son Tinitu singing Would You Fall in Love With Me Again from Epic the Musical. Are we in game? No. No, we're not. Would you look at this? He bombed! No, bombed is a bad. No, he slayed. Look at that! Look at that! Now, Tiny, do you fuck with this? Tell me, do you fuck with my son? His boyfriend is on his call, by the way. Oh, Conde, eu podia estar a falar que te ia matar que nem me respondias.
I'm listening.
I am not the man you once adored. I am not your kind of gentle husband.
First and foremost, the pre-game setup.
Not the love you knew before. Would you fall in love with me again?
Let's get a look at our lineups.
I've done things I can't change. Reach you all the same.
I know that you've been
waiting. Is this hentai? That's my son you're talking about! Dead game. Overwatch is a dead game. Overwatch is a dead game. Very dead. Very much so. He did so well. Thank you, darling. I don't think so, because I stream all the time and my voice is always fucked. Don't fuck my son, chat. My son is taken. Tell me, would you fall in love with me again?
I hate my brain.
Huh?
I hate my brain.
Why?
I was gonna say something else after that.
What would you say?
Something that has to do with you being banned from Overwatch. Or Overwatch chat.
Is this about that time I spoke about incest on Overwatch and
Yep.
got banned? Elmo! Zoe! Would you fall in love with me again? For new people like me, he's not your actual son, right? Just some kid you adopted. No, I was a teen mom. He is my son. Sorry. I guess. No, I'm not sorry. That's my son. And he just happens to be dating my duo. That's how we met.
So I'm not your son anymore either. I'm just your duo.
Shut up! I'm trying to bait, man! I'm trying to
I
bait!
got revoked. So first you abandoned me, now you revoke me the son card. Can we get a shout out for Tintin, who's my son? Your son's Swedish, the fuck? No, my son's Filipino.
This family tree is crazy.
Challenging hostile. The weak can fend for themselves.
In my heart, he's my son. What is even happening right now? Yeah, I don't know. I would like to think that in my heart, my Tinito is my son and my Condito. It's just that Conde and I are literally playing all the time that it's a close proximity that sometimes just makes us hate one another, I think. Yeah.
A taste of
My mother just said she hates me.
I also implied that you hate me.
But you used to actually confirm that you hate me.
I don't hate you.
You literally just said it.
Do you think if I hated a man, I would spend 104 hours of my competitive Overwatch time playing with him if I hated a man? Do you actually think I would do that? Ah! I'd hate my mom if she hates me too. Don't give him ammunition. Don't give him ammunition. Skull, no, I'm very much not a mother in the real sense of being a mother. Do I mother? Yes. I mother a lot, but I am not yet mother. Maybe one day I mother. I would love to be a mother now that I'm thinking about it. My children will probably need a lot of psychiatry. Not because of me, but just necessarily the brain that they will have. Because if anything of what I've got going on is genetic, oh boy, are they fucked. And knowing my parents, it's definitely genetic. Mold my cock. Ah! No, Bob, don't do that. Don't do anything, Bob. We love a mother. We love a mother. Booking my fly now to help. Do you want to be the father of my children?
My essence has I'm sorry.
You want to be the father of my children. Actually, if you...
The score is...
I would love for you to be the father of my children. No, sorry, I'm asking Tiny because he offered. That would be weird. We just met. Skull, I would not. That would be weird. Mummy, sorry. Tiny, do you want to be the father of my children? You'd have to look at my that. Oh, motherfucker! I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Oh man, go fuck yourself. Oh Christ. Oh Christ. No, he knows. It would be not. That is true. Got her ass. You got my ass. I hate you so much, man. I can't file a tax return, to be honest. Not this map on second round, man.
A taste of poison.
The objective goes live in 10.
Take a look in a mirror and cry. I just spent my years of believing you. Can't get a release, love so much. Anybody find me? Somebody to love.
Unassailable prowess.
Shit.
They lost that point.
I need Orisa to get back. Yep.
Since when is Wu Young in this?
The objective
By the way,
Since
that's
this
sentence.
season.
So if I know anything, my kids are fucked, and I know my parents, so it's fucked. Double whammy. I adore you endlessly, so take that. I'm glad that you can look past my beliefs.
To walk.
Pax, please, Pax.
Repairing your cellular matrix.
Mold my cock.
Looks like the win was out of reach this round. Here's our score.
Can't do tax return. Can plan a 3-week holiday, multitask whilst on stream and play games. Wait. No, I said I can.
Next up,
Where's Dwayne?
to start the push.
Call him up. Why don't you call Taylor? What if you call Taylor up?
Time for the teams to gear up.
The kids will be raised leftist, and that's not debatable. What do you mean? Are you going? If you're gonna call me a liberal for the second time in your life, you're wrong. Yes, I agree with you. Okay. God. It's been more than that's true. Give them the suck. You're out of P again. It's a yeah, she's very to be okay. Another thing for your list. Moira is the most hated character on this game. Like, people literally hate Moira and accuse her of no heals. And I'm here to prove that that is simply not true, because apparently it's my duo that doesn't want to heal. He's not biting. He's not biting the bait. Oh, God! You know what you could say? When it's you that's not healing, I never say anything. And I'd be like, that is true, but you're not like your mother.
Yeah, I
And
don't
you'd be
ban my
like-
children.
And you'd be like, yeah, I'm not a bitch like my mother. And I'd be like, don't call your mother a bitch.
Don't let him get away.
Since when is Wu Yang in his fucking mode?
Take caution.
That's a bounty secured.
Mending you. Weak can fend for themselves.
It would be fun to play Wu Yang, but I'm shit at him.
Big stuff over there. What is it now? Moving ahead.
Don't stay in the lava, you fucker.
A sip for the parched. We've lost possession.
Con,
of
you're
the
on your own,
robot.
kid. You always have been. I'm abandoning you, mate. Our tank left. Great.
This man
Because
is
he
ongoing.
overextended. And he leaves. That's crazy.
Ruination is imminent.
Nearly 10 minutes of wait for this.
Break the chain. Surrender to your mother.
They've lost the lead.
Get his ass. Come on, get his ass. Come on, get his ass. Get his ass. Oh, we didn't get his ass. Where is the ass she's shitting from? Oh, I'm dead. How did we survive that long? What is happening? You do you, booze.
Great minds are always persecuted.
30 seconds remaining.
A sip for the parched. Hello there.
Locking satellite
Don't mind me. Okay, what happened? Ni hao. Crazy. Hi Chia! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas! Happy anniversary! Chia, Dolce will be my present this year. Are you flirting with me? What did I come back to? I've called you that heaps more. Ambidextrous, my guy. Who's ambidextrous? Tiny, you may be daddy now, but I can still fight you. Zoe, you're about to be a mother. 20 more weeks and you're gonna be a mother. Zoe, I can't have you calling me daddy, please. What is going to happen from now on? What would you prefer as your title? Dad or father? Milk buyer. The suggestion is crazy. Throw the first stone. Everyone has bought milk here. Come on, throw the first stone. Male parenting unit. That's crazy. So I thought Chow was feeling spicy. Chia's arrived. Every time Chia mentioned, I just go crazy. Dolce calling Tiny. I offered for him to be the father of, no, he offered to be the father of my children. And he went from there. I don't know what's happened else. Papa Milkies? That's crazy, Zool. Tiny, you are now Papa Milkies. What is happening? It's not a title I've earned, but believe it is something for which I've yearned. Dead Poet Society. Well, just don't be dead, please. Just don't be dead. What do you mean I'm your... Oh, sorry, Skull. I'm gonna head off, gonna watch some shit on YouTube before I sleep, but I'll 100% go back smash later. Enjoy your YouTube, darling. Thank you for the lurk. I need to fuck around with that. Tiny got caught cheating in 4K. What is happening? Peepaw. Holly. Peepaw. Wait. That's Tiny. Wait, no, that's the wrong skin. I can't change it. That's Peepaw. Wait, no. I can't. Peepaw. That's Peepaw. That's Tiny when he's old. Peepaw. How are you, Chia? What do you mean I'm your present this year? I'm always your present. I guess finishing inside another woman is cheating. All right, okay. No, let's tone down the conversation, please. No, we're not going to. Not right now. Let's hop on VC and let's circle back to that point on another date. We need to set priorities and targets before we do that. And we can do that privately on VC. Please. Okay? What is happening? Modern dating standards is crazy. That is crazy. My drum is too boring. I thought you couldn't read, Tiny. Let's circle back later. Anyways, we didn't finish listening to my son's cover. I know that you've been waiting. It's true. Could you do me a favor? Just a moment of flavor. I don't know the lyrics, so forgive me. Peace. The waiting bed. Could you carry it over? Go give a view to my teeny toe. Bullseye is Wonderwall. I have built a wedding bed with a pulling sweat. I can't read the lyrics. Tiny, I can't read the lyrics. Tiny, no. Tin, I can't read the lyrics. Mama, love, will I sing to you Tiny Penelope. I will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how or when, no matter how long it's been your mind. Don't tell me you're not the same person. You're always my husband and I've been waiting. This is so out of key. I can't hit that note. What if Tiny and Chin are the same person? Chin is my son. Tiny is the daughter. Tiny is the father of my children. How would that work? Don't answer that. And if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike! Wait!
That's lovely. A fork.
Do you know, it's,
Tell me.
if it had like ham in it, it's closer. It's closer to a British carbonara.
Oh no.
It is. No, that's true.
Oh well, that's, I'm glad you're standing there.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
No, you know what I mean.
If my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike. You know what? You know. You know, so, you know, it doesn't make any sense what you said. It's a different recipe. It's got nothing to do with macaroni cheese. You know? What? I'm random. It would. Can please anybody help me here in the kitchen?
Oh
And
my
if
God.
my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the Easter egg. You found it. Congratulations. I hope we've made it difficult for you.
Guys, this is what an
basically,
average
this
queue of
is
Overwatch
no
is
exception
like.
to the
Go
previous
on,
Easter eggs.
Gino.
Yet another comic piece
Gino?
of genius.
Wait,
Basically, this
Gino?
is an interview with Dominic Monaghan and myself. He interviews me.
Gino? Gino from K-pop Demon. From K-pop Demon Hunters. Gino? Wait. I was missing it. I want to go back to the wigs.
Welcome to the Easter egg. You
Made the end of the year, by the way, just for you. I mean, it's a great movie. It's not just for me. What do you mean just for me? It's a great movie. K-pop Demon Hunters is a great movie. I've watched it 7 times because it's a great movie. If it wasn't a great movie, I wouldn't have watched K-pop Demon Hunters 7 times. So don't you sit there and tell me that it only K-pop Demon Hunters only made your end of year edit, by the way, because of me. Because that's not entirely truth. Because K-pop Demon Hunters is an amazing movie. Alpha! Woo, you just joined! For K-pop Demon Hunter slander, not by me. Any hate is targeted towards Tiny Wizard because he hates K-pop Demon Hunters. Thank you so much. Hi, darling. How are you? Welcome in. Papa Peepaw Milkies is being a hater. Peepaw Milkers is being a hater. How was your stream, darling? Thank you for the shout out for Alpha. How are games? Target hate to people. Tiny peep. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. I hope you guys had the lovely games. I'm off, so we'll be Kondu. Do you have work tomorrow?
Yes.
What time?
I need to be up at 8.
Okay, how long are you going to be up with me for Overwatch?
I don't know.
That's okay.
Until I get burnt out.
Tiny Pew Pew. So we'll be here probably for a while because it's 10 o'clock and I'm off. I do need to lower the light a little bit. How are you doing, though? How's the new puppy? How's the new puppy? Wait, I need to lower my mic. Oh, that's good. Now I need to lower this light. Ah, that's better. Sorry, I know the quality isn't great, but I'm getting a headache. Down with Papa Milkies. That's what she said. Well, that's what I said. Speaking of K-pop Demon Hunters, my cousin loves Zoe and doesn't like any of the Saja boys, and I respect that. And I respect your cousin a lot. I do love Genu though. Okay, I do need to hold up. This is not working very well. Feels too dark.
Oh my god, there's someone on this death match called Tugaman.
Why seek answers when we do not know the question?
Tuga. Represent. Oh my god, a 10-minute queue. Were you playing calm? Quick play alpha? I bet. First time they're gonna meet each other. Oh. Can you take photos? No, don't play Stadium. Yeah. It is bad. I'm not gonna lie to you, Zul. For the record. Let me put on my tiny peapod tiny voice. For the record. No, that's not. Hold up. Hold up. Give me a second.
We've got some ground to cover before we get into the action.
When you first started running, you were very high voice. Hey, China, and yeah.
For the can't do it!
Now let's dive into the draft.
A lot of point, very high, and then
For the
you
record.
got into a
For the
stage where
record.
you were just yelling, into
Yeah.
the microphone.
Okay, I'm
and
practicing.
people, and you're yelling at
I'm
everyone.
going into
Now,
right-wing
you're more like a
YouTube, bet.
smoky, silky.
For the record, I enjoy K-pop Demon Hunters, but I always think of my darling Dulce when it comes, and that association is positive. Yeah. All right, okay, hold up. No, how do I? Don't recommend this channel. Goodbye. This is great. Thank you for the lurk. No, I hope you're okay, my love, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Yippee! Oh, I can't wait to see your puppies. I can't wait to see your puppies. Whiskey is so cute. Whiskey is so cute already. Oh, what's the plan? What's the plan of attack for when they meet?
The lineups are locked.
How does that Lana Del Rey song go again? My pussy tastes like PepsiCo. My pussy tastes like Pep. How does he do it? How does Trump do? My pussy tastes like Pepsi Cola. I need Tiny to hop in into VC and do a Trump impersonation because I got it. Oh, wrong song, my bad. Diane Mountain Dew, baby, New York City. What? She has one like that? Yarko's so much cuter at the moment because it's still really. Oh my god. And when they wobble, it's so cute. My pussy tastes. That's not Trump impersonation. Should I do it with Elmo? My pussy tastes like Pepsi Cola. Remember when I thought I sounded like a chipmunk? And Vintage went Elmo ? And I go Elmo.
No.
I really thought I sounded like a chipmunk. I was like, baby, it's you! You're the one I know! You're the one I need! You're the only one I see! I genuinely thought I sounded like a chipmunk. And then Vintage goes, Elmo? I go, Elmo? I was really offended, by the way! Guess who's jealous of Adele? Elmus, not the Elmusi, that's crazy. I love Elmo the Milky. Oh god.
3, 2, 1.
Elmo wants pussy and I can't erase it from my brain. Do you want me to do it? Would you like me to do it? I will gain your consent or lack thereof, and then I will or will not do it.
Ruination is imminent.
Does that make Elmo a lesbian? Will I get cancelled for asking? Yes, traumatized everyone. Elmo likes pussy. Elmo likes pussy.
Enhancing your vitals.
Elmo is a muncher? Yeah. Elmo likes pussy. It's like a McDonald's meal deal. Happy Meal. Munchin meal. Because munchin equals happy. So it's a munchin meal instead of a happy meal. Well, you get fucked in there, me. Is Elmo a girly pop? Yeah, is Elmo a lesbian?
The robot is in our possession. Much viable progress. Hello. Hello there. Be cautious. Your end is within my reach.
She's horny for the crocodile dude. I still don't get it. Oh my god, when she's at her concerts and she's like, isn't my husband so handsome? And everyone's just like, isn't he an alt-right winger? I don't know. Maybe I'm spreading misinformation. But I wouldn't put it past him. My pussy tastes like Pepsi Cola. Pax? Ciao! Salvatore from the Vampire Diaries. You're asking if Elmo's a lesbian. I'm just here like, is Elmo a girl? I don't think.
30 seconds remaining.
You're.
Watch out for the tire.
Greetings.
Stop them before they take the lead.
Just need to wait for the tank. Let them use that. The tank will be here on time. Oh damn. Okay, I guess we're not waiting.
Surrender to your mother. This is our last chance. The robot.
Here's our score.
Yeah, I think Elmo's a lesbian. No, I'm joking. Wait, Dolce, do you speak Italian?
Coming up, time to face off in Control.
Yeah, I think I've watched enough Emily and Rome
Teams are gearing up. Every choice is crucial.
to have learned Italian. No, I really have. I've watched the entire season already, the new one. She went to Rome, and I learned ciao. Why, do you speak Italian? You gotta watch? I guess you do. I guess you could. It's my guilty. No, do you know what? Yeah, it's if you're going with that, I'm also going because it's genuinely my guilty pleasure. This season was a choice. I'm not gonna lie.
The arena is ready and waiting. 20 seconds to go.
This season was a choice. A little bit. That's great. What's crazy?
Hey. Hello. Hello.
No.
Yes.
No.
Affirmative.
3, 2, 1.
Sei pazzo.
Sei pazzo. Sei pazzo. Enjoy the walk with Whiskey. Thank you so much for the raid, my love. Please be safe on your walk. And I hope to see you in a bit. And go eat dinner if you haven't.
The objective goes live
Where's our tank? There.
You die.
Mending you.
I missed our first Doom.
A sip for the park. Enemy located. What is it now? A cure for all the tales. There's a test now.
Stop the bitch!
Eyes open now.
I wish I spoke Italian fluently. It's so hot. I'd be too. You would. You're. I'm not gonna lie. It would get. It would. Yeah. It would do things. And I mean disrespectfully. Disrespectfully. Respectfully. ¿Y si yo empiezo a hablar español para ti? ¿A ti te gusta?
Receive my aid.
I don't even know if you know what I'm saying. Ow! Ow! Mind you, my accent is terrible.
That's a round one. Let's
My Spanish accent is terrible.
2-0. Some intense competition this round.
Es un horror. The Blue Nile, she's... How does Taylor Swift make such a queer-coded song? And it's really good. This song is so queer-coded. And she made it straight. Criminal.
Time for the teams to gear up.
It sounded nice. I'm trying. I've been practicing my Spanish. Still not great. And it doesn't help that I'm very up in my feels because Conde is here and he speaks Spanish. He's been very quiet. I'm just trying to make him. Hey, I'm just trying to make him talk. Can you please talk?
Hola, niña. Hola, niña. Hola, soy Dora. ¿Me puedes ayudar?
What are you saying? Hola, niña.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
The teams have 20
Oh,
seconds
Chris.
left to
Oh, God, I'm
prepare for
loaded.
the round.
I'm. Hola, niña. Guilty as sin. Can you stop? ¿Cómo va tu vida? ¿Te va bien? ¿Has oído Rosalía's nuevo álbum?
No.
3, 2, 1. Let the games begin.
Titi te preguntó si tienes mucha
¿Quién te
novia.
preguntó si tengo mucha novia?
No, estoy
Mucha novia.
preguntando. Tienes que responder.
I offer something more.
Me da una respuesta. Por favor.
I almost got out of, jumped out of the map.
Where's Zoe to tell me? English only.
For all the tales.
It can't get much closer than this.
No.
I have no pack.
The opposing team reached the first checkpoint.
Ice cream.
I see a hostile.
Got no packs for you. There you go, a pack.
Eyes open now.
On the top, make it drop. That's some Junkrat pussy. From the top, make it drop.
I don't have packs for you. Oh,
¿Dónde
damn,
está la
oh, damn.
discoteca? Dara can't go out. Why is she asking for the disco? La mama de la mama de la mama. La mama de la mama de la mama.
¿Dónde vas de vacaciones?
Is Chin just looking at you, being like, whatever?
He's asleep.
Oh, can you give him a kiss for me? My One slip and falling back into the headspace. Oh, what a way to die. Where are my packs? I'm being a bad cinephile right now. Taylor Swift has a song about that. Go watch them. What movie are you watching? Is it Emily in Rome?
Painful path to walk.
Our team needs to fight hard to close the gap.
Greetings.
Don't
Hello there, Margaret. I'm sorry.
¿Qué estás haciendo, chica?
Estoy tentando no morir. Estoy tentando pensando a palabras. Oh, Walking Pizza ha morido. Estoy tentando pensar en palabras en español, pero mi grammar, mi vocabulario es muy limitado.
You need to listen to more Bad Bunny.
I need to speak to more Spanish people. That's what I need.
Surrender to your mother.
Alright, okay, chill out.
I feel like, yeah. Oh. We need the tank to go on that point.
I see a hostile. Repairing your cellular makeup.
Stay up and stay up. To get over you. I've been here all night.
Break the chains.
I can't keep him alive. My bad.
Justice reigns from above.
Afternoons of Solitude. Oh, I thought Emily was in Paris. Emily goes to Rome. And then Venice. Sorry, spoilers. Emily goes to Rome and Venice. And then she comes back. No, she goes to Rome. She comes back to Paris. And then she goes to Venice. That's the plot. Dolce, may I request a song? What's up? The second thing I hate the most after men is definitely diffusing my hair. But it's worth it. Men aren't. Under the lights to get over you. I've been here all night. I'm sober, go get. Getting over you. Getting over you. Getting over you.
Necesito de cura. Cura.
¿Qué estás diciendo? You look so cute. I'm copying Kat and the selfie she sent me.
Only 20 seconds remain before the action begins.
Oh my god, you look so much like Vanilla. You look so much like... Why are you put... ¿Qué estás haciendo?
Necesito de cura. Cúrame.
Oh.
Thanks. Oh, actually, gracias. I hate myself for that. I actually hate myself for that.
That was so funny.
Hello. I'm working. Nothing but coal for you.
Bésame mucho. Estoy tentando. Es que he tentado en Amsterdam.
I swear there's a song.
Querías un besito.
Bésame. Bésame. Okay, I'm not playing with this junk crap. Goodbye.
Moradif. By Moradif, I mean I'm shit.
I gave all my packs to the tank. I cannot do much more.
Oh my god, there's a fucking spider on my hand and it was itching. Oh, disgusting. Bésame mucho. Estoy tentando. It's a lady that sings it.
Bésame.
Evolution is a painful path to
Reckless
walk.
behavior.
My apologies. I offer something.
You're doing so well, man.
And we're falling back to objective
Okay, we can come back. We just need to lock in. I think it's a Spanish. We weren't speaking Spanish until then. We were winning.
Échame la culpa.
Shut up! That song. No.
What was wrong?
I stopped being a Demi Lovato song after that song came out.
Really?
Yeah.
Pero
the
por
yogurt
qué?
situation didn't help, to be honest.
Yogurt? I'm
Do you not
very
know
intrigued
the-
with that statement.
Do you not know the yogurt situation? Spider Woman
No.
incoming. Imagine. Knowing Latin language is a blessing and real.
Surrender to your mother.
I nearly fell off the map!
Slow.
Oh my gosh, she has so much HP. Oh my gosh, she has so much HP. She has so much HP.
Nice.
It's perche pourquoi and porque, but not por favore, por favore. And don't even, because in both Portuguese and Spanish, then you have porque and then porque, as in like, it's por and que are separated, and then you need to know the difference of when to apply porque and then porque. That sounds like I'm saying the exact same thing. It's not even over by that point. Je ne parle pas français, je ne sais pas, je ne sais pas.
The objectives online.
Be cautious.
Man, I can't, I'm not gonna live.
Yes, you are.
But our tank is dead. This Orisa has so much HP.
My shoulder's gone.
You never said never like this. So fuck your friends and come and vibe with me and say, "Be my best, get ahead." Someone needs to do like a CT scan of our brains whilst we're playing Overwatch.
Surrender to your mother.
She has regen shield! She'll never die! I just
My shield's gone. I'm gone.
The Juno is so low.
I need some healing.
Oh my god, this Orisa needs to die, I swear to god. Someone needs to do a CT scan of our brains because I'm going insane. I get nervous when I catch your eye, but you know what it's like to be How? I just want your lip service. Hi, Bobby! I'm craving an anime console. Same.
3, 2, 1.
Same, especially if the author of Let's Play is going around. Someone needs.
Coming up.
We need a CT scan of our brains during that last round. That was crazy.
What tactics will the teams come up with this round?
That's what I'm thinking about, yeah. Oh, the whole situation's out of control now. Lip service. Oh. Where's my thing for the alt at like? Lateral A. He gave it to me. When you charge, when you die. No, that's not what I want to start. There you go. When it's over. I'm going to spice up things a bit. 2 a.m. and we just begun. Sorry, chat. I'm just focusing real quick. Yeah, that's my baby. You really hear me when nobody talk. Dolce can manage me any day.
Teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round.
Dolce, I love you down, twin, but you remind me of a manager I hated. Does it help that I will never be a manager ever in my life? Can I ask, may I ask what's the story behind that, and why do I remind you of a shitty manager?
Capture the objective. Let's get this done.
I'm busy than Babusi. Babuska?
Goes live in 10.
Ah!
I'm restored. My apologies.
This Junkrat and this Faraman. That is... Okay, can I just say, Farah and Junkrat in Stadium are like AI slob on the internet. It's the same. Farah and Junkrat in Stadium, and even Tracer, it's like AI slob. And this Orisa doesn't die.
We must stop the enemy now.
I'm sorry.
Enemy here.
A cure for all the tales.
That's enough of that.
Oh my god, I need her to die. I'm gonna die.
Receive my aid. There's a
You look like her, that is all. And I hate her because she thought she was above everyone. I am really sorry that you had a terrible manager, darling. I can't apologize for looking her because on a good day I quite like my appearance.
No mothers, be cautious.
But with that said, I have had many bad managers, and it can literally break your life for the duration that you're there.
Surrender to your mother.
So I am really sorry that happened to you, my love. I don't wish a bad manager on anyone, literally. Not even my enemies. I don't wish on them, but if it happens, I won't wish they don't have one. Dolce can be above me any day. Yesterday I was called a flirt by my friend Nina. And I think you're the reason why, Tia. Oh, I'm gonna die. Careful, Kondu, you're gonna die. Kondu, Kondito, you're gonna die. Kondito. Oh, I'm gonna die. Don't even worry, twin. You're the best for. I try. On a bad day, Dolce is still absolutely stunning. Boy! No. Oh my god, they're Juno struggling.
No opposition is insurmountable.
Only 10 seconds left.
I see a hostile.
Why is he going in?
Blocking satellite vector.
Taste your weakness. Hello there.
Die,
lead,
die,
fine.
die, die, die. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
I offer something more.
Setting up guns.
Kill them all.
Tactical visor
Fucking hell,
activated.
man.
Jesus. That Juno struggled, poor thing. To find.
Let's run this.
Oh, that's my duo. That's my duo. That my duo right there. That my duo right there. Crazy. Crazy. Oh my god, I thought after contender was pro. Oh.
I'm almost pro. I'm elite 2.
You're what?
Elite 2.
Why are you further than me.
I played without you.
I thought you only played comp without me.
I
'Cause I
don't
don't
touch
play.
comp.
Yeah, comp just flop. Dulce,
know.
Dolce, can you help translate something for me? I got a tattoo on my thigh, and I want to know what it means. Sure. But what if I lie to you? What if I lie to you? Chia, you're flirting with me a lot, and I am not complaining whatsoever, but I think I'll overthink it and for the rest of my life if you keep at it, and then I will literally make plans for us to marry, and then you're going to break my heart, and then I'll be like, when you wake up next to him in the middle of the night with your head in your hands, you're nothing or one thing more than his wife, Jackson Wang's wife. And when you think about me all of those years ago, you're sending face to face saying I told you so. And then I'll buy a grave right next to where you'll buy yours, and then yeah, that's how it'll go. But we would have not had any. Yeah, girl, we have so we are moving to Australia, and VTuber. Hold up, he wants to say VTuber. Chia, it's actually bad. Like, it's actually bad. It's bad. It's like really bad. It's like really bad. It's bad. It's really bad. It's like really bad. Alright, okay, high GPU load. Okay, chill out. Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot one. Hold up. I forgot about one. Where is the other one? Yeah. It's really bad. Actually, no, I'm not addicted to this game. I'm really not addicted to this game whatsoever. I am really not addicted to Love in Deep Space. And even Soldier looks like Caleb's mythic. Like, look at him. And then wherever I go, I'm bugging a fucking building. I'm bugging a fucking building. It doesn't matter where I go. I'm always in a fucking building. No. Don't open Reddit. Don't open Reddit. Oh no, that's my email. That my normal name. He looks like it's like they even look the same. They even look the same. Dolce sees a basic white boy. White. Caleb's Chinese. No, it's the uniform. Bald lib. That's insane. Also, Soldier is gay. She just minimized them. What, do you want to see them again? Oh my god, hold up. Yeah. Yeah. Why isn't Caleb real? We could see the Leon video again. Chi, I need to show you something. Queen, I thought you didn't want anyone to know. Oh my god, that was Tugaman again! Conda, did you see Tugaman left the game?
Yep.
Hi, no. Welcome back. We were studying biology. Girl, with all these fanfics. No, I'm fine. With all these fanfics, I'm actually fine. Wait. I don't want you guys seeing shit that I don't want you to see. Wait, where is it? Oh my god, the edits. You can't hear it. I don't think you can hear it. It's sad. Hold up. It's just edits. It's just like edits of Caleb. No, I'm balding at Dolce, still missing my flirting in Portuguese. Okay, hold up. What did you say? A franquia linda, eu amo profundamente. You actually got that tattooed? I do. You know what's really sexy? You got you got the verb for the tense that you were trying to demonstrate. You got the verb correct. Amo-a. Eu amo-a perfeitamente. You got that wrong. Dolce, if you have something against me, just say it. I don't have anything against you, darling. I just have a lot of mouths to feed. And I can't please everyone. What you want? Okay, do you want a palette cleanser? What do you want? What would you like, my love? You want a palette cleanser? Fine. But you have to let me know what you want. Come on, I'm on TikTok. What do you want? What would you like, my love? Shut up. The video is against me. Queen, stop. He used AI for that. Oh. Yeah, Tiny did. Tiny, the anti-AI Supreme, definitely used AI.
We're kicking off with a
Queen. No. No. Tell me a video that you want. I'm giving you the space. Grazie mille. Amore mio. What do you want? Do you want nana lesbians? Is that what you want? Fine. Do you want doomed yaoi?
I felt your love more than a
You want
million
Jumi?
thank yous.
You want a
You're
Merciated?
right.
Okay. Do you like them German? Me too. No, actually, yeah, I like them German. I like them speaking German. Swiss German, more specifically. I already have 2 wives that speak. Well, no, Kat speaks French. Merciated. Dance, Carmen. Uma pergunta que será assim. Walla. Wait, I need a spicy edit. This is Mercy just doesn't do it for me, but that's fine. It's not for me. It's not for me. It's for no. Otherwise, she's gonna hate me. She's cute. I like her cat skin. Yabba dabba doo. Wait, hold up. I need to choose. my heart on Saturday, 'cause overnight there's a Junker Queen on the other team. My ass is so fucked. Oh, oh. Just for that, I will play Mercy. Just tell me you hate me.
I'd rather wait a century for progress than cause the harm you have.
What a joy it must be to feel
Is this why?
Quiet.
Keep quiet. That's crazy. Keep quiet is crazy. I like that edit. Tu-ta ta tu-tu-ta. You see the vision? I see the vision. She's just not my type. I like the brunettes with curly hair. Sometimes maybe a little bit ginger, depends on the day in it. I like Call. I love you for that.
the weak can fend for themselves.
So basically my type is just Cat and Chia. Literally, I'm not even joking.
Unlocks in 10 seconds.
That she is a brunette. Which one is that?
The objective's live.
She has the one with the Chinese garments. I believe they're Chinese. I'm not. Sorry if I'm wrong.
Come here for healing.
Hold on, I need you to pick a little bit.
Repairing your cellular makeup.
Au revoir. Forgive my French, but je ne parle pas pas.
And help.
They have a team comp that just gets us fucked.
Big stanger lat. Observing this location.
Bring in the rain.
Group up behind.
Be cautious.
Love me a good tussle.
You cannot escape me.
Mercy's still
Bucko, I
somewhere
win.
behind us.
Yeah. She can't rest.
She
Adios.
was behind.
On a flip side.
There's a test subject.
Cheerio.
Take
Por
caution.
siempre te amo. Wait, no. Shit. When did you get here? Go put on some clothes. Cat Chia. Literally.
Die.
You mean 2 shades of Peepaw? Silent Hill F or wait till payday? Didn't you just get paid?
Come to me and I will heal you.
I held a foot there.
Taste of poison. Eyes open now.
You haven't even, you just started Expedition 33.
You cannot escape me.
I'm saying this, I bought Destiny. I bought Original Sin 2.
Time for the reckoning.
Too much.
Surrender to your mother.
It's overtime.
I see a hostile. Your fate.
Kill the Mercy.
I know the fabric of the cosmos. Over there. For the part.
No, man, he had one job.
The dead ought to remain so.
Almost back.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I cannot do shit.
You can buy another game, but I can't. Well, Original Sin was 7 quid.
I can hardly believe my optics when I see stats like these.
Did you end up getting the vinyl or not?
Ready for chaos.
It dispatched, but I haven't received it yet.
It's time for the teams to consult their
Y'all, the
playbooks.
bullfighter and my dog just got his shit absolutely rocked. Why is there a bullfighter? No, you do hate me. Why is the tongue just yappa? Stop. Go build your build. Tweet my thighs. I'm dripping diamonds. Know you wanna taste, but why?
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare
Do you
for
wanna
the
cry
round.
when I put you on? Wanna see my miniskirt and a hot pink thong? Is that so wrong? I was with me and myself in the shower. Better hop in, it's gonna take hours. My build sucks, man. I'm getting tired. But they have a Mercy. I'm just rooting for Mercy, not their team. As long as you're enjoying the stream, that's all I care for, my love. That's all I care. You can root against me, it's fine. As long as you're enjoying your time here. It's all good. That's all I want, really.
The objective unlocks in 10 seconds.
Oh my god! Don't go in when you're purple!
The objective's live.
Or still
Fucking
going.
Mace
I
taking-
am getting really tired, and it's 11 p.m. Didn't even notice. What did you say, Kondu?
Fucking May's taking me to Narnia.
Did you like the trip?
No.
Why is May rolling? Good question.
Something more.
Have you played Stadium? Because she can't do it in Stadium.
Misery made manifest.
Kondu.
I cannot touch. I was gonna see if I could touch, but I cannot.
They lost the objective. Now falling back.
Hi Alpha, how was your walk? The last game we won, but it was like cuckoo, and this one I'm also getting really tired. They have like a killer combo. I could have gone Kiriko and I didn't. Because they have Junker Queen and Anna, and you know how that goes.
The objective's online.
Their comp is too strong.
Keep watch. Such grievous. I'm restored. A cure for all the days.
Time for the reckoning! Get in there, Bob!
A sip for the punch.
Yeah, that was my fault. I didn't see him. Thank you for the hydrate.
Lending a hand.
She's gonna rest. Watch for the rest. I cancelled it.
Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your servers!
Ruination is imminent. Repairing your cellular makeup.
I don't even know who is who. I'm so tired.
We're advancing to objective
Makes
B.
me want to play Overwatch. Do you really want to do that to yourself, my love?
Bring in the rain.
Over here.
You need to play more Stadium.
The objective unlocks in 10 seconds.
不洗澡。
The objective is now active.
Why is he flying? Oh, what's his name? I forgot.
Surrender to your
Junkrat.
mother.
He's behind. He's behind.
Nice. I'm with you. I'm not with you anymore.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, read your Dark Romance. What are you reading?
Our score.
Barely played Stadium. Yeah, so they introduced. I don't know if they introduced May or what it was. Or if she was May in the rollout of Stadium?
Let's push.
Or was she added afterwards?
The teams are gearing up. Every
May was
choice
on the
is
original.
crucial.
Yeah, she can roll with her thing.
Rolling in the deep.
In a crowded room, you look so happy when I'm not with you. Man, you need to get more whimsical. That's so funny. You need to get more whimsical. I'm going to steal that. You need to get more whimsical. When I run away. Ba-da-da-da-da.
The teams have 20 seconds left to prepare for the round.
Ah! No! No! Fuck! I hesitated. Are you okay, Dolce? You sound tired as fuck. I am. And I also didn't buy my entire points.
On with it.
The whimsical agent one.
Pain is
Agent P.
See, I watched it in Portuguese, so I don't.
enhancing your vitals.
I know.
Agent
I've got squirrels in my
P.
pants. That's
El Perry. Perry, we're me to ring.
Need a moment to recharge. I offer something more.
Oh, I fucked up. I cannot get to the tank. Sorry.
Have a good night, my love. I'll be sitting, laying on under your Christmas tree so you can kiss me. Good night over on Christmas, my love. I love you. Have a good night.
They will learn pain. Only
So that's
in myth.
book comes out in March. Burr.
You cannot escape me.
Reaper above.
There's a test subject. Much more efficient. Then take caution. The weak can fend for themselves.
Just need to regroup.
Help me.
Ow.
It seems our tests were inconclusive.
I'm antied. Diana Sax.
I see a hostile.
That was so good.
Helden sterben nicht.
Receive my aid.
Man.
You're slipping
Feel
away.
a fucking mercy, I swear to God.
Ladies and gentlemen, time for the reckoning.
Fucking Mayball, man.
We cannot allow them to take the robot. A taste of poison. Over there. The dead
Oh shit, man.
Bringing the rain of Kara.
60 seconds remaining.
I'm not doing a lot of healing, I'm sorry. I don't like feedback in this case.
An ultimate shutdown.
Try again. Misery. There's a test
30
subject.
seconds left.
Keep watch.
The robot's pushing our barricade.
Mother's kindness.
Get his ass, get his ass.
Tom on short wit.
Did he die?
Close to taking the lead.
Now he's Lord there.
10 seconds remaining.
Be nurtured. Your fate is in the surrender to your mother.
I'm fucked. Reaper's on
I
me.
can't, I'm sorry, I faded into the wrong place. I'm not playing very well.
Observing this location.
Compraste boné?
Looks like the win was out of reach this round.
Enjoy your book, my love. I need new art pens. Me too. I bought, as I told Soy and you guys, I bought aqua pen, like watercolor pencils, but they're not very good. And I want to paint on the book that Soy gave me. Hi, Dwayne. Yeah, this one is not going so well, but I'm very tired.
Time for the teams to gear up.
But we're okay. Games have been okay, I think. We ranked up. What have you been up to, my love? The fluff in this thing is really fluffy. Would you ever stream doing it? I don't think so, my love. I think my days of variety are over. I think my days of variety are over. is mine. I can't wait to try 'em. I also, it's a thing, I don't, when it comes to hobbies like these, I do not have like
Only 20 seconds remain
I
before
don't
the
have
action begins.
the ability, the mental ability. Like, you guys saw how it was with Legos. I could not remain focused for a long time. It was terrible. It was like really bad. You can't be only an Overwatch streamer. That is true.
3, 2,
That is true. But what else would I stream? I can't finish an RPG game as much as I try. And I like my Overwatch time here. It's the thing, I don't have to like be an Overwatch streamer, but this could be like my medium to reach people. Does that make sense?
Be nurtured.
I wanna have a ride on your disco stick.
I see a hostile.
He's so low.
It can't get much closer than this.
A cure for all the tales.
The opposing team reached the first checkpoint.
Nah, this mate. Get your fucking balls out of my face!
So you liked it.
You will be renewed.
Oh my. Just wanna touch your
Our team has to rally together to catch up.
What's for us?
alone.
I know the fabric of the cosmos.
An amazing play by Ash.
Eyes open. Enemy located. Need a moment to recharge.
That is true. That is true, Kat. We should go back to our, and now that you can stream it. What did you do? You said I did something. I'm like, what did you do?
May I? Hello.
To be able to stream it that well. Because you have no frame drops whatsoever.
Receive my aid. No.
Our team needs to fight hard to
There's
close
a
the
test
gap.
subject. Surrender to your
The
mother.
opposing team has entered the final stretch.
I'm gone.
Oh, I wasted my ult, man.
I'm sorry.
I thought the tank was going with me.
Injuries are plastic. Over here.
It all comes down to this. 60 seconds remaining.
Come to me and I'm
Payloads are neck and neck.
Get in there, Bob.
Let's go.
over there. Over there. Over here.
Enemy here. Enemy over here.
Is the tank just...
Well,
Yo, Shurpelan.
I feel unstoppable.
I require assistance.
30 seconds remaining.
For my help.
Shit.
Time for the reckoning.
I offer something more.
Ah, yeah.
Only 10 seconds left.
I can't see you.
Helden sterben nicht.
Overtime.
I see a hostile.
Your comp is too good, man.
Surrender
gone.
to your mother.
Lose this round.
With 10 gigabytes of mods. 10?
1. Some intense competition this round.
10! I don't even have that many. We love Mad Porch. It is really funny. O português até sai.
Get ready for control.
I mean, if you guys have like games that you want me to play, and you don't want me just streaming Overwatch, then by all means let me know. I've been a bit conflicted. I don't want to stop streaming Overwatch, but my thing is, I would like to work with like, I've spoken about this before. I really love Overwatch as a game, and I think at this stage I'm still like a consumer in a sense, and I just do this as a hobby. But like, I'm not gonna lie, I would like to play a game where I'd be confident to work with the company for their ethos, and I can't say I want to do that with Blizzard. And you, in order to be a successful content creator, you don't need to work with the companies for that. So I'm just at that stage that I'm having a lot of fun, and you know, it's not that serious. Girls stream Fortnite. I do sometimes. Need to cancel out the negative.
20 seconds to go.
But I really love Overwatch. Don't get me wrong. I love Overwatch. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing it. Like, duh. Yeah, it's a thing. I feel like I'm a consumer right now, and I don't influence anything. Fortnite wear. Dolce, I need you to sing "The Man Who Can't Be Moved." Who is that by? She hates it. That's why she plays. Oh my god. I can't heal you, man. It's a tough game. I love Fortnite.
Bothersome.
Quote unquote, tiny. By the script. I can memorize it. Although I can't sing for shit. Have to find. Shit, I'm antied. Ooh, I'm tired, chat. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm satisfied. I could do one day variety. I could, but because of work, I want to in 2026. I want to increase the times that I stream. Well, I'm a busy woman. I don't know if I can. It's the thing. I'm quite consistent with you. I've been consistent other than that stint in November and January. But sometimes I just stream one day. It's really hard with work and gym and life. But maybe. I wish I could be like an RPG streamer, but I genuinely, guys, I've tried. I can't finish an RPG on stream. I can't. I get bored of games because, like, with RPGs, I'm like, I'll be addicted to them. Oh, I couldn't touch. I'll be addicted to them for like a month straight, and then I won't play it for months ahead, and then I'll go back to it, and then I'll finish it. Good night, Condito. Chat, say bye to Condito. That's so fair, my love. This is also my last one. I'm very tired. Thank you so much for games, my love. Have a good night.
Thank you for the games.
Good luck at work.
Thank you for...
do you wanna? Oh, I'm streaming tomorrow. Are you free in the evening?
I will let you know.
Okay.
I should be free, but I don't know if I'll be tired or not, because the closer it gets to Christmas, the busier it gets.
That's so fair. There's no pressure.
I'll let you know. Okie dokie.
Bye-bye. Harara.
Let me leave Discord. Lucky for you, I got all these daddy issues. Wait, I'm not leaving yet. I'll do the RPG for you. You're going to do the Resident Evil for me. Yes, you are, ma'am. Your voice is beautiful. Shut up. No, you shut up. You're always cheering for the Mercy. Can I not say that I don't like my voice? You can play the same game all the time. I just switch all the time. You can play the same game all the time. I think if I didn't have you, Tin, and obviously couldn't, because like Con and I play a lot of comp together in Stadium, and like Dante, I don't think I would play Overwatch as much. Like the switch to Overwatch, I think is when I were on the time I started investing in comp. And I was like, yeah, I can do this. OMG stream. Oh my god, chat, it's my duo. He didn't know I stream. So I paired up with a random duo in Overwatch and we've just been playing all this time. Guys, meet my duo. Meet my duo, chat. I like your voice. I like you. You can like my voice and I can hate it. I am so tired. Oh, we had such a lovely time though. I thought you were talking to yourself all along. And you just let me at it? You didn't stop me whatsoever. Also, guys, I have freckles on, but you can't really see. I have to go crazy with them, but I put some freckles on. I love Frankie's voice. I tried to record the demo that you sent me, and I wanted to kill myself. I wanted to kill myself. Who are you rating? Oh! You look so good, you like it?
Hello, you've reached customer services. How may I help you?
Hello, you've reached customer services. How may I help you today? Oh. Oh, if you heard that. You look so good. No, you look good! I'm liking my makeup lately. I'm liking me makeup. I'm so tired, Chad. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Yeah, but if you guys don't want me to play Overwatch, you can join the Discord and put it on suggestions. Will I probably ignore it? Yeah. I can't do the same game non-stop. I get bored very easily. But I would say I love to do RPGs. Oh my god, get out of here. I love to do RPGs and JRPGs. I could nerd about. I love when you nerd about Fire Emblem. Like, I can't talk about it a lot, but I have you on the side all the time. And I love how passionate you get about it. And it's really cute to see. It is really cute to see. You're going to get the Switch too, aren't you? I get bored very easily when I don't play Overwatch. Yeah, we know. I showed chat earlier how many hours you have in this game. We know that. Do I have any blind boxes? Hold up, chat. I have blind boxes. I was singing at the city. Smash. Smash. Thank you for 17. You got Astro. Oh my god, you also only need 2 more. I did it! I got it! I got it! I've got the entire Lilith collection! I'm calm, cool, and collected. I'm a chill guy. Nothing's happened.
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
I got the entire Lilith collection. I'm a Mora main, chat. What can I say? I'm a Mora main. Don't know me out like that. Oh, I have. I've been done that. Been done that, there, done that, you know?
Are we?
Been there, done that. See, I've got the entire Lilith collection now. You got ZB2, 4. You got Zoe, Mora. Who is she? I don't know. Oh, I've got the entire Mora collection. That's actually crazy. That's crazy. I'm about to hit level 75 with her. About? Level 6. Guys, you can't see Yola. Pull up in my Ferrari. Pull up in my Ferrari. Nice. 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 Level 69. Nice. 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 Dulce, why are you screaming my name, my love? What did I do? What did I do? Did you see they're reworking Lifeweaver? No. Again, I'm an Overwatch streamer that does not pay attention to Overwatch. Do not come for me for Overwatch updates. I'm here to scream. I'm here to scream. You got Condito. You got me, son. You got me, son. Sorry, I moved it by mistake. What are they reworking him on? Yeah, he has a low pick percentage. A Moira main that goes against a Mercy main. She hates me. Or do I? Or do I? I don't think I do. Your son that is dating your other son. That is really crazy. Could I pass for a mother? Do you know what? I have a really funny story, chat. So, my niece was born when I was 13. And she stayed with us a lot. Like, she stayed with us a lot. With my mom and I. When she was a baby, like a newborn and a toddler. And I'm so glad I had those first 3-4 years of her life really close to me. That's not the point. But it was really funny because my mother and I and my niece, we would take her to, like, shopping with us, and I always insisted on pushing the trolley. What's the baby thing called? My niece was born at a young age. That is crazy. My niece was born at a young age. That is crazy. Did I actually say that? Did I say that? They're making him more defensive without losing his personality. What does that mean? The buggy, thank you. So I would always, like, take over the buggy or push chair, thank you. And we would get so, like, I was really young. But people would see me with a baby, and then they would see clearly, like, my mother, who they thought my mother had me in, like, 32, so she was already, like, late 50s, I don't know, she was already, like, late 50s or so, late 50s, no, late 40s. She clearly looked like the grandmother, like, my niece's grandmother, and I looked like the mother, so it was really funny. And I experienced instances of, like, people talking to me, or, like, it was just one lady talking to me, and she mentioned my niece as my daughter, and it was really funny. Oh, and I experienced that last year when I took her to see Wicked, and we were getting popcorn, and they were like, and what would you like your daughter like? And we just look at each other, and we just roll with it. We don't even say anything. And I'm like, my daughter would like. Dolce is caring, has a lot of love. She'd be a great mom. I would not. I'm working on it. For as long as... I think I started saying that I didn't want kids at like 14, 15. And then I completely changed my mind years after. What the yes you do. I'm a mess. Here's the thing. I have very high standards for... If I want to have kids, I would like to have very high standards for myself. And I'm not quite there yet. I want to have kids, but not right now. With me? But yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm not ready. I'm nowhere near ready. Like, that's like over a decade in the work. I'm going to be, if I'm ever a mother, I'll be like a really, I'll do it really late in life. Then like standard.
Jacob Bumble! Are you ready?
Oh my god, I'm ready! Hello! Bienvenue, Power Bottoms! Oh, shut up! I love that! Shut up! I love that! Hi, thank you so much for the raid, the quads. How are your games? It's so lovely to meet. Wait, hold up. Let me check you out. Wait. Your username is familiar to me. What is happening? You came up on my recommend. You're obsessed. I'm obsessed with you. Your username is familiar to me. Hold up. Pull up in my Ferrari. Oh, how's up? Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in, everyone. Hi. We were just talking about kids. We were just talking about the many possibilities of life. Thank you so much. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Frankie, or Dolce, or Milkies, whichever you prefer, or Francesca. We stream Overwatch over here. We were just chatting after ending the games, and just having a jolly time. How are the holidays treating everyone? You are so welcome here. We are obsessed with Quads for real. Let me go give a follow to Quads. I've seen you around. What were you playing? We just finished stadium games, because that's what we do here. Ferrari in this. Let me tell you. Do you know what? I've only seen. I do follow you. I knew it. I do follow you. I knew it. I've been known. I was like, I recognized his name. We did stadium too. How was it comp? Did you have 10-minute queues? Because that's my life these days. My life these days is just 10-minute queues. Welcome in, Master of Puns. Graces with a pun. How about that? I don't have any puns. I'm sorry, I tried. I really tried, but I don't have any puns up my sleeve. Best I can offer is... Hold up, I need some water. Oh, Christ. You guys are such cutie pies. Thank you so much for the follows. A 2001 Honda Civic. Do you know what? Old cars is where the heat is at. They're going to be vintage. They're going to be vintage. They're going to be worth a lot of money soon. And, you know, I trust an old car. Because if I was ever to get into a car accident, I will probably survive inside an old car. What a day. They actually weren't that bad today. Were we both experiencing the same? Because, to be honest, we also had really lovely games. Other than, like, oh, we did lose the last one. But that's all good, That's all good, But it is with Stadium is they're either really good or really bad. They're really good or really bad. Come Quads era. Who do you main, by the way? Quads. Oh, I need to... What did... Well. What did Jace do to deserve a big red no... Well... Jace ruined my life. He is the reason for all of my life problems. Yeah, he is. A Mercy main. Wow. You're in the right. A Mercy main. No one loves me. She is also a Mercy main. I'm a Moira main. But as much as I say kill the Mercy, no. You know it. It's true. I do love a Mercy. And I'm just a little bit toxic. You know, just a little bit. I don't need to learn because migraine kicking in, but I'm obsessed with you. You're so sweet. Thank you, my love. I hope to catch you soon on your streams, my love. And thank you so much for bringing your lovely community over here. It's so cute to know you, to get to know you all. Please do rest. And this goes to everyone. If you need to raid and run, we were just about to end. So if you want to stay and, I don't know, raid someone else with us, we were still deciding. Before the conversation moved on to potentially having kids or the possibilities of life. But if you do need to raid and run, please go take care of yourself. As we say, as Kat says, and we say, hot girlies do raid and run. They do raid and run. Hot people raid and run. She hates Mercy. She's mean to me because I have not. That's actually true. Why are you flaming me? I'm just here with Diva, Soldier, and Junker Queen, and that's a hot trio. Dare I say. That's a hot trio. Oh shit, there's an ad incoming. My lovely raiders, this is not because I want to get rid of you all. I really hope to see you all in the future. I appreciate you guys joining quads on the raid, and Dolce is hot. I try. I don't know if we could raid. It's just because I have an ad in 2 minutes and I can't snooze. I can't snooze. I don't know who to raid. I'm really tired. Imagine I raid Phoenix Fox. I love Phoenix Fox. She hates the raiders. I don't hate the raiders. The raiders have been so lovely. The raiders have been so lovely. I might as well just let the ad I was gonna say that. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say, man? Mega Mungo 3000. Why'd you feel hated? Whoa. Why does everyone flame? Do I have a flammable personality to raid Phoenix? I was gonna say that to raid Phoenix. I don't think I can raid Phoenix. I can't raid Phoenix. I can't. No. I would love to, but I can't. No. What did Oakland do to her? What is going on? Hi, Kavi. I do not feel near and reindeer to your heart as a raider. Oh, you don't feel like a reindeer? Do you feel like the Grinch? Why wouldn't you feel near and a reindeer? It's a pun. Oh. See, I did say I don't. Language barrier. Can I use the language barrier card? Can I use the language barrier card? Is that language barrier card? Can I use it? How are you doing, Cuppy? Reindeer. Reindeer. Wait, no, but not like a reindeer. Why is it reindeer? Guys, I'm confused. Why is it? Oh my god, imagine we raid Frogger. There's an ad that I can't. It's only a minute and a half, I think. But I can't. Reinhardt, darling. I'm still lost. I'm a blonde, no bride. I can't even say that anymore. I'm not a blonde anymore. Near and dear to your heart. Near and reindeer to your heart. Ow. Near and reindeer. Got it. Got it. Look. We're pretty over here. We're not. I'm personally not very bright. So I've been up since I've been up round towns. I'm in fucking I am sorry I'm ruined you, Mega Mungo 3000. I am sorry that I am not rain clever. That is a terrible pun. I'm sorry for ads. I will end up in a care home. I will. Don't want you, need you, yeah, I need you to fill me up. I don't know who to raid. Kat, do you know anyone that's live? Need taste so sweet, every sip makes me want more, yeah. Looking like that, cause you got it like that. Take a big bite, one another bite, yeah. Kondu. I hate, you're actually playing it. You're actually playing it. If you had a mercy, go up your ass so far with that fucking ball. If I rated Phoenix Fox, how embarrassing would that be for me? I really love his content. You're all I can think of. Is that so crazy? Is that so crazy to raid Phoenix Fox? Just one of my favorite content creators of all time. I am the fucking more isn't. Well. I think you guys would love Phoenix. Phoenix is so fucking funny. They're so fucking funny. But I'm shy like that. Welcome back from mods. 0 out of 10. You're so a fucking coward. I am a fucking coward. But you guys have to come with me. If I'm going to raid Phoenix Fox, you guys have to come with me. Okay? My Frankie is bold. Frankie is not bold. Chat, newcomers, followers, raiders. If I'm raiding Phoenix Fox, you guys have to come with me. Tinito! Tinito, I was singing your song earlier. Up, cool me down, you're so hot. Pour me up. How are you, Tinito? I'm so glad you're here. I'm thinking of raiding one of my favorite content creators. Do you want to come over with us? Exhausted? I thought you were sleeping. Your boyfriend said you were sleeping. Do it? Okay. Do you guys want to go meet a really funny person? No, I'm awake. Go back to bed, my love. But after the raid. Your vinyl has shipped. My vinyl. My vinyl has shipped. I'm so excited. I'm looking at one right now. Huh? Guys, it's my gay boyfriend. That's my son. Guys, thank you so much for today. And thank you so much to Quartz for Quartz for the lovely I'm so exhausted. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the new followers. You were all so cuties. I'm going to be live tomorrow because I'm on holidays, but if you want to know, my usual streaming times are Friday and Saturday in the evenings, UK time, so around 6-7 p.m. UK time. But to be honest, because I'm on holidays and I'm going away for Christmas, the streaming times will be a little bit. Thank you for the videos and thank you for the email. Oh my god, that is a cute one. Is that a? It's a mango. It's a mango. And because I'm on holidays, I want to stream a little bit more between Christmas and the end of Christmas and the New Year. It's a mango heart. Christmas. Yeah. They're so lovely to get to know everyone. So if you guys want to come over, I'm going to be. We're going to raid Phoenix Fox. You guys are going to love Phoenix Fox. Oh, he's so fucking funny. Don't forget to get your raid messages. I'll be live tomorrow evening between 6 and 7. Give me some grace, please. I won't be live on Tuesday because I'm going to the cinemas, my friends. So Phoenix Fox. He's also playing Stadium, so we'll just continue what I was doing. And then what Quads was doing, we'll just continue. Stadium, absolute cinema. What movie? Carol. You know the Sapphic one? The Sapphic Carol from 2015? It's been on my watch list. Oh, I'm so excited. Stadium Train. Carol. I am very excited. That's been on my watch list for ages. I'll be live tomorrow between 6 and 7. I have to go around towns and everything and run some errands and whatnot. Please join me in raiding Phoenix Fox. They're absolutely fucking hilarious. I love their TikToks pop up. It's just Con and I sending almost Poe TikToks to each other and then Fox's TikToks to each other. 6, 7, no. Shut up right now. I am 27 years old. I have a full-time job. I have responsibilities outside of the internet. I do not want to be involved with the 6-7 jokes. I'm an adult woman. Grab the right messages. Oh my god. I cast Meteor Swarm. I'm going to see you all tomorrow. Stay safe. Keep others safe and don't forget, do not throw 6-7 at me ever again in your fucking life. I am an adult woman with a job. I love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye.